pleasure to extend a very warm welcome
Pleasure
to all the
to
dignitaries,
extend a very warm
experts,
welcome
to all the
participants,
dignitaries,
to
experts,
stakeholder
participants
meeting
on National
to
IoT Security
stakeholder
Roadmap,
meeting
on
and
National
unveiling the
IoT
draft
Security
IoT
Roadmap,
Security
and
unveiling
unveiling
the
the
draft
draft
IoT
India
Security
for
R&D
multi-stakeholders
roadmap
of India,
consultation
for
and launch of
multi-stakeholders,
IoT Security
consultation,
and
testing
launch of
handbook.
IoT Security
This event is organized
testing
by
handbook.
Ministry of
This
Electronics
event
and
is
Information
organized by
Technology, Ministry of
and
Electronics
C-DAC
and
Bangalore.
Information Technology.
I may
and
please
C-DAC
invite
Bangalore. Shri
I may
Bhuvnesh
please
Kumar sir,
invite
IAS Additional
Shri
Secretary,
Bhuvnesh Kumar sir,
MITI, IAS Additional
Ms. Tulika
Secretary,
Pandey Madam,
MITI,
Group Coordinator
Ms.
and
Tulika
Scientist
Pandey
G,
Madam,
MITI,
Group Coordinator
Shri
and Scientist
Magesh
G,
Iti Rajan
MITI,
sir, Director
Shri
General
Magesh
C-DAC,
Iti Rajan sir,
Dr.
Director
S.D.
General,
Sudarshan sir,
C-DAC,
Executive Director,
Dr. S.D.
C-DAC
Sudarshan
Bangalore,
sir, Executive
Dr.
Director,
Lakshmi Ishwari
C-DAC
Madam,
Bangalore,
Center Head,
Dr. Lakshmi
C-DAC
Ishwari
Hyderabad,
Madam,
Center
for
Head,
lighting
C-DAC
up the lamp.
Hyderabad, for lighting up the lamp. I may please request our dignitaries to please come on the dais and please be seated, sir. I may also request to begin this glorious occasion by offering our prayers to Lord Ganesha. May I please invite Ms. V. Kartika for the invocation song.
महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दितमहागणपतिम् महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं मारकोटि प्रकाशं शान्तं मारकोटि प्रकाशं शान्तं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियम् महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं मूषिकवाहनमोदगप्रियं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं मूषिकवाहनमोदगप्रियं महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिम्
Thank you very much, Kartika, for the soulful rendition. Now we will start this glorious event with the welcome address. I may please request our Executive Director, Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, to deliver the address.
Namaste and good morning to all of you. It's indeed a solemn occasion and very, very pleasant day at Bangalore. Thank you all of you for joining. As you become smarter and digital, it becomes very, very critical to have the secure IoT infrastructure. both at the industrial IoT level, which will take care of the critical infrastructure and operational needs, strategic requirements, and the fancy consumer appliances that depend on IoT to show off, both for comfort as well as extravagance. The trust part becomes very critical. And IoT being the, baby-sized embedded systems, we have unique challenges because they are the easiest to crack and enter. At the same time, being custom built, we have the opportunity to come with some unique solutions which require meeting of the minds across academia, industry, policymaker, standards bodies, R&D labs. On the other side, we have to look at it from a technology development perspective. We have to look at it from the capability perspective. We have to look at from the capacity building of manpower perspective. So there are multiple things that come into play. On top of it, today, most of the smart devices, they also are attached to the individuals. There are a lot of personal data that gets involved, whether it is healthcare, whether it is smart wearables, whatever we use. How do we comply with the security and privacy aspects of them? N number of questions come. And since it is multifaceted, multidimensional, and we need to discuss and agree on something that can take us forward to advance the technology, improve the digital trust on the system, we need to work on it. That is where today's stakeholder meeting, I assume, significance. And we are fortunate that our ministry has not only just been supporting this initiative, but they are actually taking their time out of their schedule. You know, when the parliament is in session, having additional secretary Sir Sri Bhunesh Kumarji here means the kind of importance they are attaching to it. Thank you very much, sir, for your pulling out the time and reaching here. And yesterday, thanks to the cyclone and all, there were a lot of flight disruptions. Technically, he reached today morning, not yesterday night. But still, he said, please don't change the schedule. I will continue with my agenda. So that is the commitment and time he has given. And in the little bit time we could have, he has already given a lot of inputs to our team, how to engage, how to take things forward. So a lot of positive inputs. Thank you, sir, for coming here. And he has been one of our strong supporters. And even when we did the groundwater challenge, which is again a variant of IoT, and he was there physically visiting the sites, how the industry is deploying it, how it is panning out in the field. So the kind of commitment he shows to us and support is wonderful. Day before yesterday, again, we dropped in, he spent half an hour with us, adjusting other schedules. So the priority he gives for R&D and the development of technology is tremendous. Thank you, sir, for being here. And when it comes to the cyber security, again, while my team may be doing cyber security, it involves a lot of deliberation with other agencies, MHA, NSCS, NSA, and lot many other agencies, Smart City, MOHA, and so on. So we have Dr. Ms. Tulika Pandey. She ensures that every proposal goes through all possible stakeholders before we take a decision. She does not process proposals, even though she is aware this can be pushed. Before she does it, she does lot of consultation at the stakeholder level in the ministry. So to bring people on board, to avoid duplication of efforts, to ensure synergy. And as soon as, AS was available, she said, our people, all of us here, including everyone in the seat, we will find time to adjust because we know what is more important and the priority will be given. So I think Monday evening, madam said, go ahead. And Tuesday, we all reached it out. That's it, Monday evening, madam said. But, thank you for madam for, keeping the faith and coming here. And thank you so much, madam. Because there are times She just says, don't Arvind, I'll come attend the meeting and go. Don't make any other arrangements. It is too short a notice. So again, that is the kind of working relationship and understanding we have. So it helps us to be very comfortable when we go with proposal. There is no formality or bureaucracy. Thank you, madam, for being here and guiding this and supporting us. And so among C-DAC itself, we are a dozen teams across the country. And someone has to be the Sutradhari, and it has to be a Magesh. And so we have our DG Magesh ji here, who takes care of tying things together. And once again, he had some other agenda, but given the importance of this area, he has come from Chennai to be part of this event. And thank you so much, sir, for your again non-stop support. And he is yet to have his breakfast, if I am allowed to publicly declare. But he said, no, let's get on with the agenda. I think this is the kind of commitment we get from top management that allows us to conduct not just the events, to engage. This is the change that we are seeing in the last decade or so, where R&D projects were in the lab. Now it is not in the lab. It is in the field. And that change is making India great. And we have Lakshmi madam here. They have already worked on a IoT security project where they have come up with certain guidelines, and the roadmap and some of the report will be released today as part of the agenda. And in addition to that, we have members from other C-DACs, Chennai, Trivandrum, team members are here. So C-DAC itself is acting as one agency. And if you look at it, we have a honeypot kind of thing happening led by Mohali. If you look at ISCA, Security Education Awareness and all, that is being led by our Hyderabad. And they are our single certain certification part. They represent entire C-DAC. And if you look at forensics, we have Trivandrum. You look at cloud, we go to Chennai. You look at certain OT related services and some very unique application or Faro and all, then you come to C-DAC Bangalore. Then IoT sandbags kind of thing, security, again we are there. When it comes to HPC system, again Bangalore along with Pune, we work a lot on that. So n number of things are happening, and if you look at the Costa kind of hardware, Noida is working on it. So every center is contributing, and they are all here C-DAC as one. And then C-DAC being one itself is not enough. We need all the support from, as I mentioned, academia, industry. And today we have among us people from best academic institutions, and we have representation from Atal Innovation Centers. And then we have other agencies. We have people from Yernet, we have SETS, we have got representation. And we also have participation from DRDO, SAG team is here. So in addition to that, of course, the startup ecosystem, the industry bodies, all of you are here. And thank you so much for being here, and I welcome full-heartedly each of you. And since the time is limited, I will pause here with a one word. Welcome to you all, Suswagatam, and have a wonderful day. And this will result in a progress on the next step, which is consensus based. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for a very warm and gracious welcome and setting up a tone for this event. Now, I may please request our next speaker, the very inspiring Ms. Tulika Pandey ma'am, Group Coordinator and Scientist G, Cyber Security R&D Group. Madam is in... Okay, sir. Sorry, so let us keep this momentum alive and proceed towards the next session. I may please invite Shri Mangesh Itirajan sir, Director General C-DAC, to share his wisdom on C-DAC as an enabler of advanced technologies for human advancement. Shri Mangesh sir has... So we all already know him very well.
Bhunesh Kumar ji, Additional Secretary MIT, Tulika Madam, GC MIT, Sudarshan ji, Lakshmishwari, dignitaries of the dais, friends and colleagues from the industry. Welcome you all to this stakeholder consultation on IoT security and the launch of our IoT Security Analysis Handbook. C-DAC Bangalore, from the days, from the beginning, and during the days of Director Sarath Chandra Babu, they were into this IoT, and Dr. Babu was also called an evangelist in IoT security those days. So I want to remember that. So Bangalore, along with Hyderabad Center and Trivandrum, they do a lot of work in IoT activities and the security aspect of that. So a lot of work has happened in the past, especially I was very closely associated with Hyderabad. We have done implementation of wireless sensor nodes in a place where you want to give advisory to the farmers about what kind of pest it will attack. So this team sitting from Hyderabad, along with the IoT device, the W sensor node from Bangalore, and some nodes from Trivandrum, they were all put together in Anantapur. In about 400 acres of land was covered by these WSN devices. They gave a lot of advisories. They gave pre-warning about what kind of pest will come and attack, and thereby they can have an upfront idea of what pesticide, whether to irrigate or stop irrigate, and that kind of decision can be taken. So even today, that system is up and running. This was done in around 2016 time frame. Sometime it was during May, very hot. Anantapur is the hottest place in entire Andhra, Telangana, and our people went there on foot and then deployed that during that time. So the credit goes to all these three teams, which is sitting here, Trivandrum, Hyderabad, and Bangalore, for making that happen. And like today, the supply chain was better, but still, that was the very first IoT device that came up in the country. And that data that we got during that time was very sought after by Microsoft. They were behind us to get that kind of data. Data is gold for them. So to continue that activity, Hyderabad and Bangalore, they continue to work on this IoT security. They got into engagement with L&T. We found a way to secure this IoT device. There's always a problem with IoT device because they are very small. The footprint is small. The memory is very constrained. You don't have anything to instrument. You can't read what is inside. You can't find out what malicious intent the IoT device is having. So it's very essential now this IoT device is put into a test bed to start, because you can't do anything inside. You have to do from outside only. You have to see, you look at it, what it does, whether it has got a malicious intent. The test bed has to be very thorough. So that is a work in progress. Still people have done it. Hyderabad team has done in the laboratory, and this book is an outcome of that exercise. At the same time, our people also worked into, this is called the dynamic analysis. And they also worked extensively on the static analysis, which is going through the code and then identifying the bugs and other things. So they excelled in that as well. And the same has been documented in this handbook, which is going to be published. So there is about more than a decade of expertise which has gone into making this handbook. Otherwise, everybody has to reinvent the wheel. That is wasted time. So C-DAC felt that we should not repeat the same by experience or go to the same mistakes and learn and all that. So that's the reason we have this handbook which is coming out. Thanks to Mighty, they sponsored this program, and then we are able to come out with this today. There are other aspects that from the industry I want you to also to look at how to create this IoT device in a virtual mode, how to create them as a virtual machines. Today we are very heavily dependent on only few companies like VMware, Oracle, and only those companies are making virtual machines. That too only for the popular architectures like x86. Even ARM support is very limited today. The Apple that we have has got very limited support from the VMware and VirtualBox. So I think the community should look at and understand the seriousness and come forward to make virtual machines for these kind of IoT device so that they can be tested out. Yesterday I had a meeting with Invest India. They were trying to promote C-DAC's Vega processor and get it listed along with the Arduino, along with what they do with Atmel and other processors. They were keen to have a 8-bit and 16-bit processor. But the RISC-V ISA, they support only 32-bit and upwards. I mean, I asked them, why do you want the 8-bit and 16-bit? They're all gone. They said there is still a market for that. There are some academic interest in that. People want to understand what a 8-bit processor works. So that has become obsolete now. So this is also one more reason that we should have a virtual machine for this 8-bit, which could run on any platform, or a 60-bit processor which could run on any platform. And it's also necessary to run smaller applications like an RFID or e-passport, things like that, where the Squasta operating system can go inside. So when we think of high-end 32 and above, we also have to address the 16 and 8-bit market as well. So at least as a virtual machine, so people can experiment and see, okay, it will help their problem statement, or they need a better thing, or is that sufficient? So to at least to help them to make that decision, we need such an ecosystem. I mean, these are certain small things that I could think about, which came to my mind today. But I leave it to you, all of you, to come forward and say what could be the IoT security roadmap in detail, and how meticulously we can work towards achieving that goal. I'm really thankful to all of you for coming forward to be in this particular thing. Thanks to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for taking us down to the memory lane and highlighting how it has evolved and how far it has reached. Now, I may please invite our next speaker, Ms. Tulika Pandey ma'am, Group Coordinator and Scientist G, Cybersecurity and R&D Group, METI. I may please read your profile, ma'am, if you don't mind. Okay, I'll take 1.5 minutes, ma'am. And she is an electronics and communication engineer by profession and currently holds the position of Scientist G with the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. The current focus is on research and development in cybersecurity. She has 33 years of experience in research and development, architect of the Internet Governance Initiative in India, with the guidelines for the National Internet Exchange of India, Domain Name Registry, Dispute Resolution Policy, and also allocation of internationalized domain names of country top level in Indian scripts. Policy formulation. She has many research papers in area of internet technology, include networks, communications, and IoT. So please join me to welcome Tulika ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. I would first like to take this opportunity to really thank my heartfelt thanks to our Additional Secretary Bhuvnesh sir. His encouragement has helped not just the METI teams which are working across the country, but his presence here really gives us the confidence that we are taking the right path ahead. And we hope that we will give to the country where we have started a decade ago. We had started deploying IoTs a decade back, as Dr. Magesh had already been mentioning, and METI had funded several projects across the country, and we also had funded a project at ISC Bangalore to completely automate their water management system. And it is still functioning there. So that was a 2016 project that was again. So we've seen a lot of play with the IoT devices, and we all are playing with the Zigbees and the others. But we realize that we need to become aware of the supply chain aspect that may come over. So while we are playing with the sensors, and we're happy deploying it to attaching to different devices and getting it to transmit the information that we seek for decision making, what is really important is now we start looking at, as Sir will also be mentioning, looking at how we indigenize the complete ecosystem within the country. So while Dr. Magesh did not go down to the sensor level, I am very worried that the 2 cent sensors that we get today in the market very soon will become our bone of contention, because the day we start losing access to the cheap sensors, many of our projects will suddenly go down. For MeitY, C-DAC has been our main research arm. We also have Samir, we also have Arnet, and we also have others. Each organization was established by MeitY with an intent to provide to the country a possible approach to technology adoption, a possible approach to even development of the components within the country. The industry is always waiting. It always looks for that possible market demand for it. So the government of India has always been doing the funding, the viability gap funding, for demonstrating the possibility of the market that is available, and the industry then walks up and adopts the ones where we have given them a proof of concept, we have given them pilot deployments, and it is only then that the industry gets interested in taking it up for the country. And we had to break that chain. We need to partner today. We need to partner as one, because the research is done in the labs. There is a lab model. We have a proof of concept. It is then deployed, field tested for its applicability and sustainability. Only then we transfer the technology to the industry to adopt and make it into a product. Now this chain, even with the shortest timelines, and as has been always mentioned by Sir, is a little longer than the time that is available for the country. And that is the reason this is as per Sir's advice, that we start a process whereby we bring all the stakeholders together. And so the first approach that we took was to see whether we all agree to the roadmap of what should be the technology where India should focus, what should be the core intent that we can, we know where we stand today and where we can quickly arrive at. So our roadmap would mention where we stand today, where we can reach within the next 3 years, and then the next 5, the next 10, and the next 30. So we have a plan, the roadmap that you will see soon, that will be unveiled by Sir, where we have drafted, and this is the first draft, a first idea that the C-DAC has brought together in consultation with many of you. Either you are here in the room, or some of them who are not here in the room but have contributed to the roadmap that we unveiled today by Sir. So the issue that we all understand is we need to, at one go, hold hands together, look at the technology that exists, make into a product. If the industry feels there's a right demand, we work on that. We also look at core research. The core research is very important for the country, the basic research which this country should lead. So the futuristic research that we need to identify should form at least 25 to 30% of the roadmap. So while we're looking at applied research, most of the times in the past decade, we have only looked at how IoT is, to be best deployed, best usages. But very soon we need to understand that we need to do the core research, have the controls, the command over the technology that India can lead. And that is where we are trying to bring out a roadmap which will not just give you a possible idea of, okay, this is the market demand that we can put into. But this roadmap is more technology focus. It is not an end use case focus. It is more a research and product development focus. It does not have the deployment focus. And I would request each one of you to look at what is possible, where India should really be focusing when we talk in terms of Internet of Things, or we talk the cyber physical systems, or when we say M2Ms, or when we say the future Internet of everything, because the tables are talking to us, the chairs are talking to us, the television is relaying some data. So every A household today is conveying a lot of, sharing a lot of data. Either we have the knowledge of it or we do not. So we need to become very aware. And as was already referred, a lot of us are wearing the technologies, and these technologies are sharing our personal data. So if I'm wearing a pacemaker, I'm at risk because somebody can play with the pacemaker and cause a health hazard for me. The smartwatches that we are all wearing is collecting data. We've not bothered to see who is collecting the data about my health records, where, and what are they doing with it. So we are all suffering or will be suffering. Today we are thinking we are really availing a lot of ease of life, a lot of information based on which decisions are made. However, we do not know that if the data, if this personal information or the data otherwise of the country falls in the wrong hands, what havoc can be caused. So I have several examples, but in the interest of time, I will not be mentioning those because we are going to be having a full day session and we'll be looking at everything. So while we're looking at a utility sector or the health sector or the transport sector, you name it, and we have a device which is relaying some data or the other to some place. If we do not have the right controls on the network, if we do not have the right controls as to how the data is being, how the data is, in the during the transport, if we do not have the right encryptions, if we do not have all of those, and if we do not have a defined standard for IoT, so we all are. When the minute we talk about an IoT standard, we say OWASP, we are following OWASP. But does the OWASP really help me? It doesn't. The OWASP will not help me if I'm from the industry and I need to sell my wares and I do not know which of the 32 standards that today exist is the one that I have to align to if I have to sell my product to so-and-so end use case. So there are several such scenarios which we have been observing in the past decade. And therefore, we arrived at this decision that we sit together, all of us, in the same room and understand the standards that India needs to define. Understand the test and certification processes that is required by this country. We already are discussing a possible labeling of the IoT devices, and we're talking of registry of the IoT devices. But how will we really achieve it? What is possible? Merely telling a body to, agency to start labeling IoT devices is a daunting task. It doesn't seem to really go where it will have to. So we really need to sit together and work together, plan an ecosystem which will allow us to understand the impact of IoT devices in our lives. So your television is an IoT device. Your mobile is your IoT device. I mean, you name it, and everything today is a device which is relaying some information. So let us get together and let us look at the roadmap that we can build together. The other very important core work that was also mentioned by both my previous speakers and Dr. Magesh himself is that C-DAC Hyderabad was given a project, and they have under the project brought out a handbook for evaluation. So this is a work that they did especially with the help and partnership of our standardization, testing and quality control, the STQC. And this will enable not just the standardization bodies, but also many of you industry people to understand as to what are those parameters that you would need to really know before you're bringing out your product. So that too, sir has been very kind enough, and we will also inaugurate the book today. So with these words, I will request sir to kindly unveil the roadmap and also, would you speak about it later? Yeah, and also, inaugurate the handbook, IoT handbook that C-DAC Hyderabad has brought about. So we'll first unveil the IoT roadmap, and this is a draft roadmap, and then we will also launch the handbook.
Now I may please invite Dr. Lakshmi Ishwari Madam, Senior Director and Center Head, having 26 years of experience in cybersecurity. She is heading C-DAC Hyderabad, to give an overview on IoT Testing Handbook.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, Shri Bhuvanesh Kumar sir, IAS Additional Secretary MIT, Ms. Tulika Pandey Madam, Group Coordinator and Scientist G, Cyber Security R&D Group MIT, Shri Magesh Ethirajan sir, Director General C-DAC, Dr. S.D. Sudarshan sir, Executive Director C-DAC Bangalore, and Professor T.V. Prabhakar sir from IC Bangalore, and all the stakeholders participating in today's IoT Security Roadmap meeting. Colleagues from MIT and C-DAC, a very good morning. First of all, I sincerely thank Bhuvanesh Kumar sir for taking his time to attend this event and also unveil the roadmap as well as the handbook. So let me take some time to give some background and what exactly is covered under this particular handbook. As we are all aware, we are currently living in the age of Internet of Things, with the strong support and advancements from various technological innovations in electronic systems, sensor technologies, wireless communications, and even firmware development. So various application domains are adopting these particular things towards profitability as well as improving the efficiency aspects. So we have seen that in the various domains like consumer electronic devices as well as industrial control systems, automotive industry, healthcare, and other domains. So though we have a lot of proliferation of these devices, so along with this technological benefit, we have one concern, that is the one major concern in security issues in these IoT devices, which are not addressed during the design or development of these devices. Also, another important threat which we face is like many times we are trying to import these devices from the other countries. So considering all these aspects, like because of the constrained resources and operating environment, limited computing resources, low memory and other things, so we have the challenge in incorporating the enough security mechanisms, but we are using this kind of device everywhere. So understanding these trends in the IoT and its integration in the various several application domains and growing security threats with the devices, our parent ministry, that is Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, felt that there is an urgent need for developing a national facility through which the security evaluation of these IoT devices and embedded device systems can be performed in a more methodological, comprehensive and scientific manner. So under that particular thing, MIT has initiated this establishment of a national facility for security testing, evaluation and certification of IoT devices and embedded systems, so leading towards the security assurance. So as Madam mentioned, this actually given to C-DAC Hyderabad as well as STQC New Delhi to execute this particular project. So with the guidance from distinguished experts from CERTIN and other project review and steering group. Under this particular project, there are various objectives, like one is the commission of the security testing and evaluation lab, evaluate the vulnerabilities of consumer electronic devices, and develop, evaluate and identify tools to audit, grade and other things. So the grading part and other things are being worked out, which will come out in the next 6 months period. Also like some kind of efforts towards the side channel attack and analysis lab and capability building and other things. So one of the major outcome of this project is the development of this handbook on IoT device security evaluation. So it is comprising of detailed evaluation procedures and mechanisms required to perform the security testing, covering various aspects of the device. It can be the web interface or application interface or even firmware or communication channel, all these aspects in order to carry out the testing. So we have come out this handbook, which are in line with the global IoT security standard for secure IoT development environment. So since there is a lack of these kind of security procedures and there is no common ground to test and evaluate these kind of things, so this challenge is addressed through this particular handbook. So many times though people wanted to carry out, but we don't have such kind of procedures through which it can be done. So the goal of this particular initiative of MIT is to proliferate these kind of procedures so that the kind of testing can be done at the scale across India, where we can try to carry out some kind of hand-holding to the various labs, either government or private, carry out the capacity building programs. Through that they can carry out this kind of testing. So this is a kind of outcome through that. So actually as part of this, multiple stakeholders like security testing labs, industry, startups, device manufacturers, user agencies, certification bodies, they all can benefit. And here we have the detailed things like procedures, and actually we have just listed out some of the things here. You can see that the details about the IoT ecosystem, then we talk about the global standards and other things. After that we give the process workflow for security evaluation. So from various aspects we try to cover, even talking about hardware ecosystem and other things. We talk about detailed documentation, what tools have to be used. So most of the time from the open source tools, and there are cases where we are also trying to use some of the commercial tools. So all these things are covered in detail in this particular thing. Our goal is to enable this through a portal so that the multiple people can try to access this kind of thing, and also we will try to plan the various training programs and enable this kind of knowledge with the various labs. So at this juncture, I'd like to thank Shri Bhuvanesh Kumar sir. Thank you, sir. Keep giving ideas, and definitely, madam, like collaboration, we will try to focus and try to take it forward and in a larger scale. So very much thankful even to Dr. Sanjay Bail sir, DG CERTIN and all PRSG members who are guiding us throughout. And thank our Director General Magesh Ethirajan sir, as sir mentioned. So we got lot of support in building the engineering capabilities and IoT domain. So that is natural for us to try lead towards this particular in this. Without those capabilities, it is not easy to carry out this kind of thing. So with the combination of cybersecurity as well as the capabilities in engineering IoT systems, we could take up this. Thank you very much, sir. So all these efforts are basically done. Let me put forth the members who have actually contributed: Mr. Sam Santosh, Joint Director, Mr. Shrikant JD, their team, along with the support from cybersecurity and also from embedded background, Mr. Mahesh Patil, Associate Director. And as Madam mentioned, like we have worked with STQC, so Suresh Chandra, Scientist G from STQC, as well as Ankit, day in, day out, we are interacting in evolving this particular thing. I sincerely thank each one of them for their committed efforts to reach this particular stage. And I also thank Sudarshan sir for giving this opportunity to carry out this activity in this event. Thank you one and all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving us the detailed insight. Now let me take this opportunity to invite Shri Bhuvanesh Kumar sir, IAS Additional Secretary, MeitY Government of India. Sir graduated in Electronics and Communication Engineering.
Thank you. Respected Magesh Ethirajanji, DG C-DAC, Tulika Pandeji, Group Coordinator R&D in Cybersecurity, MeitY, Madam Lakshmi, Director C-DAC Hyderabad, the host Sudarshanji, ED C-DAC Bangalore, my colleagues and friends, esteemed participants from the industries, startups, C-DAC, academia, and all others, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning to all of you. It's an honor and pleasure for me to be here at C-DAC Bangalore, although it's after a long time, highly delayed. My commitment to Sudarshanji has got fulfilled finally after a gap of about 1.5 or 2 years. So we met for the first time in Leh, and we were doing from the Software Industry Promotion Division a project on smart water metering. So where we had run a hackathon, and a lot of startups were participating in that. In fact, I was happy to see that the original model is still there and it is working. And now those startups have actually grown by leaps and bounds, and they have been able to bag a lot of orders from the smart cities and otherwise also municipalities, and actually that system has become quite stabilized. We never had smart meters. Actually, we used to have all those mechanical meters for measuring of water quantities in the houses. So this has really been an innovation which has really worked. So starting from there, I always thought Bangalore is one place where I'll keep going because the IT industry is there, but somehow it did not materialize. In fact, for about 1.5 years of my tenure in MeitY, I never visited Bangalore. It's one-way cycle. I mean, they thought I am visiting, which I was not, but now because of that I am visiting. So many things what we anticipate as good or bad, they work the other way around also. In fact, if you look at the flight cancellations which happened yesterday and we could reach late because of this Michong, thanks to Michong I'm here. Otherwise I would not have been here because I was supposed to travel to Vijayawada. That flight got cancelled. I checked up with Tulika ji. I said, can we do Bangalore because Vijayawada is cancelled. She said, no, it's too late. It will not be possible, but let me check. And once she checked, you confirmed at a very short notice. I must really appreciate all of you who could join it at a such a small notice that you could make it, and I'm here today. So things not necessarily work the way we think. So all things are interlinked to each other. But good thing is that the C-DAC Bangalore and C-DAC Hyderabad have been working tirelessly on the aspects of cybersecurity, especially the IoT devices and the security related aspects. And the way this handbook has been prepared, and you look at the size and volume of this handbook, looks like it will work as a Bible or a Gita for any of the testing labs or even the manufacturing companies, startups who want to come in the field of IoT devices. So this is a tremendous effort. I must appreciate Lakshmi ji and her team, and from the MeitY who have considered this as a project and then delivered it. So very, very highly laudable achievement. But at the same time, I would request that let us take it one step forward. Finally, when we are doing any kind of research, my view is that we should look at the research from the end objective point of view. And for me, the end objective is between the two, people or the nation. I mean, if I have done the research just to add one more paper to my research, it has not benefited either the people or the nation. So if it leads to something which finally benefits the people or the nation, then I would consider it as a useful research which has happened. So we have done this book, but we should take it one more step forward. And that should be that we should now work with BIS and develop some standards on this. And then get those standards notified through the BIS, make them applicable, then this book will become useful. It will get implemented and finally will benefit the people, because then this book will ensure that those IoT devices are trusted devices, they are secure devices, and they are deployed in our homes, they are deployed in government installations, they are deployed in defense installations or wherever, and they add to the security of the people and they add to the security of the nation as a whole. Same should happen with whatever research we do. Whatever we do, we must look at, is it fulfilling the end objective? We should not leave it as a form of means, only a means to a particular thing. We should think that how this means can be used for a particular end. And always keep in mind that for us, the end is people, citizens, and the nation as a whole. So recently, in fact, day before yesterday, we had a meeting with the Australian team, and they have come out with their cybersecurity strategy for 2023 to 2030. For next 7 years, they have drafted a security strategy. And they wanted to have a discussion with India on that, and their team was there. So people from their external affairs, home affairs, and the technical side, they came and we had a discussion. So the first thing which I saw in that book that they have prepared, and they said at the core of everything is people and businesses. So, I mean, they put various layers. So they said at the core is people and businesses. The next layer is safe technology. Then you have safe devices. You need indigenous capabilities. You need security centers. You need indigenous technologies. All those things, but at the core is the people. And that is what is important. The world is changing very, very fast, very fast. Today in India, if we talk about IoT devices at home, we may perhaps count them at fingers. Very technologically upgraded homes may have towards the higher single digit. But when I was reading this cybersecurity strategy of Australia, they say the average number of IoT devices installed in an Australian household today is 32. That's an amazing number. And let me assure you, the way the world is progressing, it's not going to be very far when we are also going to have similar numbers in our homes. And that is when the issue of, rather it is already kicked in, it doesn't kick in then, the security of these devices. Now, how dangerous these devices can be if they are not secure. And we definitely have had concerns. If we look at the CCTV cameras coming from some countries where we cannot say that whether these are trusted devices, whether they are backdoor channels in the hardware, whether they are backdoor channels in the software, whether the network is being tapped, where the data is being exfiltrated. And there are so many of security concerns. And that is why the ministry has taken up that. We have developed now essential requirements. We have not developed a full-fledged standard. We intend to do that, but it may be a little more time taking. But what we are doing is we are building some essential requirements for security of the CCTV cameras, and it will be put into the compulsory registration order. So that gives the impact of a standard being implemented, but not fully, but partially. But at least it will secure that the CCTV, which are again, and the video surveillance systems, which are again IoT devices, they become secure to some extent, and at least we can assure buying from the market is based on a particular standard and it has been tested. So STQC will be doing the testing of those devices. So for IoT security, I think security at all the three levels is equally important. It is not only the device security, but then the application security is equally important, and finally the network security. So device security, application security, network security, all three have to be implemented fully. If we leave gaps at one place, then we have left the door open, and it is possible to exploit the systems and use your data. The regime is changing. All of you must be knowing it already, that the ministry has done the work for Digital Personal Data Protection Act, and it has been passed by both houses of parliament. The act has been enacted. Now the rules are under framing, and the draft is almost ready. Maybe in a month's time we should be ready for a public consultation of those rules. So that will also again bring some kind of surety to the people about their personal data not being misutilized by different organizations. And if any of them do so, they will be penalized, and there are heavy financial penalties provided in the act and the schedule. So what we envisage now is that we are looking at a secure environment for the people in the country and for the nation as a whole. And these number of IoT devices are multiplying day by day. So all those devices have to be looked into, or just by doing CCTV camera video surveillance is not going to be sufficient. So that's why it's important to have standards for the IoT devices which get built into, they become systematic, they get implemented, and then all the devices which are manufactured and the applications which are developed and the network which is created, they all become secure to ensure that your homes are secure, your offices are secure, and the nation as a whole is secure. So this is the path we look at. One thing important which I want to say is that every time I visit a center, last time I visited Trivandrum, C-DAC Trivandrum, today at Bangalore, last time I was Samir in Chennai, every time I visit some center I find doing. For example, just now we mentioned that we have BLDC motors in these drones, and they require permanent magnets, and CMET is working on permanent magnets. So can we use this information, bring synergy, work together, and create an indigenous product, completely indigenous product by working together? And I find a lot of things which are being worked together, and we perhaps at times don't know that this is happening elsewhere. Within the C-DAC centers also, many times we are doing things, perhaps may not be sharing. I don't know, and is it because of perhaps some information which is valuable we don't want to share with others, or no, or just information is not there. So it will be a good idea actually to share that information, and especially at the GC level, wherever this information is available, please connect the people. And if there are difficulties in connecting from one organization to other organization, please let me know. I will play that catalyst role. I'll be happy to do that, because it is going to be beneficial to all. It's going to benefit both the organizations, or all the organizations who get involved. Something which is happening in the academia, something which is happening in C-DAC, if they're very, very important. So any area you are working, my suggestion to all of you, all the program officers, all the scientists, any area you are working, one of your efforts should be to find out what is happening elsewhere in the same field, or a related aspect of that. If you're working on a device, what are the materials? Who are doing those materials? If you're working on an application, is there something else which is happening? What has happened? And whatever I have developed, how it can be put to use for the people in the end. Right? Just like we developed this DNS malicious domain detection. So my suggestion would be, let us take it one step forward. One step forward will be, now let us be sure, let us develop certain standards for that we are sure that these are malicious. We'll be able to stand the scrutiny of court if somebody challenges. And then at least for the .in registry, to the NICSI we send this information back, and NICSI is able to block those, so that our citizens are safe. If there is a malicious domain and it is still working, and if we have found out and we are not stopping it, so what is the use of finding it out? The use of finding out will be justified that it has been finally taken to the logical conclusion. That is what we must do. So I think I will not take too much of time, but I really must again appreciate the effort of the team for coming out with this IoT handbook. C-DAC Hyderabad deserves all the congratulations for that. Thank you, Sudarshan ji, for organizing this. Thank you, all of you, for participating, and my special thanks to DG C-DAC. So he has been sparing his valuable time from his hectic schedule, I can understand, at DG of C-DAC at the headquarters, and 12 centers and all those activities. And in spite of that, he has been able to find time and come to Bangalore. He was there in Trivandrum also. I really admire and appreciate that effort. I recognize that. So thanks to all of you. Thank you very much, Jain.
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring keynote talk. And the main takeaway for us is research and innovation should be user-focused. Thank you very much, sir. Next, I may please request our Director General, Shri Mangesh Ethirajan, sir, to give memento to Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar, sir. Thank you, sir. I may request our Executive Director, Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, to give memento to Shri Mangesh Ethirajan, sir, as a token of appreciation. I request Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, sir, to give memento to Tulika Pandey ma'am as a token of appreciation. I may please request Tulika ma'am to give memento to Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, sir, as a token of appreciation. I also request Tulika ma'am to give memento to Dr. Lakshmi Ishwari ma'am as a token of appreciation. Thank you very much, sir, all the dignitaries, for your valuable time. Now we may have a short 15 minutes tea break, and I request all of you to please assemble back after 15 minutes.
Yeah, just we are not doing a formal vote of thanks in the interest of time, but it's time to have a good tea and probably a group picture. Thank you.
Yeah, all of you please assemble outside at the entrance area for a group photograph. I request everyone to please join.
Chief Research Scientist at ISC. He works in area of networked embedded system and IoT, where he focuses on electronic system design, energy harvesting system, power management algorithm, and communication protocols. His group builds embedded electronic system for application areas such as space IoT, industrial IoT, and tactical CPS systems. Currently, he is engaged in 4 major national level sponsored research projects. The first one is Dynamic MAC. This research project is related to industrial IoT. TSN switch. This is related to construction of time sensitive network, Ethernet switch for real time industrial application. Third one is MVIS, machine vision inspection system for rolling stock carrying dedicated freight over high speed rail corridors. Smart grid. The idea is to identify and weed out security vulnerabilities in intelligent electronic device in smart grid. He has published over 125 research papers in peer-reviewed journals and conferences. He has advised over 65 master's theses and graduated about 6 PhD students. He head the MSME Center of Excellence, where currently engaged with about 100 MSMEs. The center facilitates the funding and technical advice to move the SME sector up to the value chain. Professor Prabhakar holds MSc Physics, MSc Engineering from Indian Institute of Science, and PhD Technical University of Delft. So please welcome for the next insightful talk.
Thank you very much. Yeah, sure. Okay. Thanks, and thank you for this opportunity to talk to all of you. I'm a one-stop guy. If you come to me, if you're from the industry, there is a good chance that I'm the guy whom you can come to for funding, because we have an MSME Center of Excellence at IISc, and I'm the principal investigator of that center. And essentially, we fund SMEs for some novelty that they want to bring in, innovation and novelty into their electronic products. So I'm really not a security guy, but I've been working in this area because we received a large funding and we have set up a center for Power Grid Corporation of India. Just recall what our dignitaries on dais were mentioning a little while ago. If you look at what they said one is it should touch people or it should touch the nation. Okay, I think I don't know, it is just providence. My slides are essentially about that. Okay, and I have prepared something where it actually touches the nation. Let me give you a little background. One of the things that that touches the nation and each one of us is what happens if your critical infrastructure like power fails, right? If the grid fails, you're gone, right? And it's a critical thing. Similarly, telecom. If something happens to the telecom network, we are all sunk because of its criticality. So Power Grid of Corporation came to us and said, we need to look at cyber aspects, cyber security aspects of the grid infrastructure. And they came last year. We have an MOU with them. We have started working on several aspects of cyber security targeted towards cyber security for PGCIL. But nevertheless, when you start investigating, these are abstractions, right? It's something that is applicable across all sectors. So one such thing that I was working on, I started working on since 1 year is, it didn't change for some reason. Okay, so here is it. I'm looking at counterfeiting and tainting. IED is an intelligent electronic device. It's a piece of equipment and it is placed in the grid infrastructure. It has multi-channel sensing system. It senses in real time currents, voltages and several other impairments, and it is using several ports and it's actually monitoring the grid continuously. It can monitor and it can control. The input is available to a front end SCADA system, and based on that people are taking action. So don't really read anything wrong about it. There are many of these IEDs out there, thousands and thousands of IEDs out there, and it's possible that an IED that is malfunctioning is removed from the production network and a new one is replaced. Over passage of time, it's possible that the one that was malfunctioning may actually find its way back into the main grid. So essentially, it's not just about, say, somebody attacking it. It's also possible that by mistake things can happen, by human error. It is possible that you'll have that IED back at its original place. So the idea is, if you look at this problem of counterfeiting, it's a large area, okay, and tainted products and of IED is a very important problem to work on. You don't realize that several, if you look at the market related to ESP8266, I'm sure several of you have used it, okay, 8266, ESP8266, you can buy a bag of them, you can buy a sack, of them. Believe me, 100 kg sack of 8266 you can buy, 1 or 2 will work, only 1 or 2 will work. They are all counterfeits. They are sold at 150, 200 rupees in the SP road markets, okay. To get a good one to work is impossible. So all cheap, low quality stuff, okay, good enough for prototyping and all that. Same with your famous Arduino. Arduinos are all fake. What you see in the market, they are all working, but they are not the kind of the original stuff that you actually have. And you will be shocked to see that there is so much of faking of components, okay, and so many components, by just looking at their stamping you can say that there are a lot of these fake things happening. The problem is not about something is inserted inside and something is going to happen and so on. The fact is it's not original. It is just possible that during testing of a batch of ICs, some part of the chip does not work, which is not critical at all, okay. You may take that at, that is actually a counterfeit. In a way it is sold away as an original one, but some part of the functionality may not be working. Now that can create a problem when you put that into a critical infrastructure, right. So these issues have to be borne in mind when we talk about counterfeiting and so on. So here is what we did for Power Grid. We were trying to tell them that, look, you have a procurement phase. You go to the vendor and buy this little piece of equipment, which is an IED, and then what is delivered to you, you don't know. What you saw in the manufacturing plant is not what was delivered here. Can you answer that, that sort of thread that essentially makes sure that what I see and what I have tested in the factory is what is delivered to my premises at my place. So essentially that is what I was trying to look at. So how do you do that, right? So that is our next question. So let me see if this slide works. Yes, okay, this goes down and this goes down. All right. So here is what the next step is. During maintenance phase also, as I mentioned to you, you may pull out something and you may put something back, okay. And the question is, did you put back the same one or did you put back a new one which was so that it replaces the malfunctioning one? That is a question that you want to ask. So what we did was, this is startling, okay, and each one of you, believe me, can do this experiment on your own. How many of you have heard of PUFs, physically unclonable functions? If you have not, you have heard it now. It's a damn simple experiment that each one of you in your labs can do. Take your Atmel Arduino board, okay, write a simple code on it. If you are interested, I can give you the code, and then look up the startup values of RAM, okay. We all believe that the startup of RAM is always random, right? You don't write anything to it, it's all random. You don't know what is 1 and 1 and 0. You don't know really which memory location will give you a 0 or which memory location will give you a 1. Actually that is incorrect, okay. You will see that on repeated startups, some locations always come back with either a 0 or a 1. The reason is very simple. During manufacturing, there is always a skewing because of process variations at the silicon level. The cells either skew to 0 or a 1, okay. So you will get back 1s and 0s. So how many is the question? Roughly 20% of the locations you will get back. Now that is a good signature. It's like you, right? It's like your Aadhaar ID, which is using your biometric. It's a biometric of the chip. You always get back those locations repeatedly on repeated startup. That means you can use it for identification. You can use it for unique identification. but 20% is too less, right? And what happens if the temperature varies? What happens if on aging, what would happen? Well, we don't really know about aging, because how our fingerprint will scale out in 20 years from now, whether it will still open the door which I wanted to is not sure. But anyway, never mind. There is the issue of aging, which is really an issue. I am doing this here, I am showing you this view graph, but I am telling you about RAMs. The reason is you can go across the whole spectrum. You can look at RAM locations and pull out puffs, you can pull out signatures from them, unclonable functions you can generate from signatures of RAM, you can generate also from diodes. The IED has IO ports, okay, they connect it to different relay systems, and you need a freewheeling diode across each one of these ports. That diode will give you a beautiful signature. If you have a 24 port system, you will see that the diode gives you a signature. And what is that signature? Very simple, we have all studied this in our undergrad and engineering first year degree program. Cut in region, cut in voltage. You says we have all learned this, right? Silicon has 0.6 and what is it? Germanium has 0.3, right? 0.3 what? Megavolts or volts? 0.3 volts. We have learned that. Incorrect. 0.6 is just a nominal thing. There is actually a region. It can be 0.58. It can be 0.61. It can be anything in that region. So you take that region will be specific, hopefully it will be specific to that diode. And you take two diodes, they will have different regions. They won't cut in at the same voltage. So can I use that? Can I pull that signature out? Can I make a nice beautiful thing and then create a unique ID, equivalent of Aadhaar, call it, okay, for an electronic equipment? That is the idea. Okay. So we were trying to do this, and we are partly successful, I would say, in enabling a puff signature for intelligent electronic devices used by Power Grid Corporation of India. This is just one project. My other colleagues are working on image analytics, other colleagues are working on side channel attacks. Okay, the whole range of cyber attacks and the cyber security related issues, network security related issues are being investigated because we have this large project at IISc. Okay, I built this equipment, it seems to be working well for a given equipment. I am not able to generalize. So I am not standing here to tell you that this is the magic mantra or the real story. This is for a particular type of IED. We call it the IED puff probe. We can put that and then pull out useful signatures, and essentially they should support different signatures in order to, and they should have certain properties. These properties are uniqueness, randomness, reliability, repeatability, and so on. So this is what I wanted to tell you about what we have been doing in the context of this of our work at IISc. But I have come here to speak about 3 slides, and this is my first slide. This is related to vulnerabilities of in IoT devices. Folks, don't read anything, I will just tell you what I think. It's like this, right? You have these little camera systems that you all have in your homes and so on. The point is, you cannot avoid that camera IoT device getting compromised. If there is a smart guy, he is going to attack it, and he is going to compromise that camera system. He is going to compromise your air quality sensor. You can take it, because they have IoT device. What is their problem? They don't have enough resources. They don't have full-fledged security stack out there. You can't, because they are small devices. They have memory constraints, they have power constraints, there are so many constraints out there. It's all written here, okay, don't worry about it. And essentially the story is just one takeaway from what I am speaking. If you can't avoid something getting attacked, make sure it is the only one that is attacked. That's all. Partition it. Have a clever scheme which says, okay, out of 100 camera systems in some organization where I have put up, 1 camera is compromised, and make sure that the other 99 are still absolutely safe. The second one gets attacked, make sure that that's the only one that is attacked. By the way, by the time you detect the first one getting compromised, you would do something else, right? So you don't want a damage to sort of percolate. You don't want a a DDoS equivalent attack like the one in 2016 that we saw, that Mirai attack, essentially launching a botnet, bringing small IoT devices, bringing down a large server by a DDoS attack, right? So you don't want that situation. So what's the summary of what I wanted to say is the following. You can't avoid, you can't say I'm going to do full stack cyber security on all the IoT devices. It's a hard game because each IoT device is having its own sort of framework under which it is built. Manufacturers have to make it cheap and make it available, but they should have a kind of an API support which will make sure that developers like all of us, developers like these startups, academics like us, have schemes and algorithms in place which will make sure that at least minimum partitioning will happen. Get that device out, okay, and let it not create further damage, and if it has really been under attack. Question is, how do you do that? Correct? It's easy to say, right? It's not easy. I mean, do you agree that it's more practical? At least in the short term, that's the best thing that you can think of, right? Right? So here is anybody who has an answer to this? Anyone who has an answer to this problem? It's here. There's one solution which I could think of. It's not my solution. It's something that IETF is looking at. How many of you heard of MUD? MUD. You have heard of MUD. MUD is a possible solution, right? So here is what I wanted to say. I put down the challenges. Challenge is what? Develop ways to improve IoT device security without requiring costly or complicated improvements to the IoT devices themselves. Need to develop security mechanisms. Security mechanisms that should protect the rest of the network. This is the second bullet I was saying. IoT devices will by their very nature remain vulnerable. There's nothing you can do about it. They will remain vulnerable, okay, to attack, and some will inevitably be compromised. I'm saying the same thing, right? They will get compromised. Practical need for IoT security mechanisms to be easy to use. Security features should be so transparent that a user need not even be aware of their operation. One possible direction, my last slide. IETF has this manufacturer usage description standard. Please look it up. It's an exciting standard. I'm not saying it's the magic bullet. I'm not saying it's a silver bullet. I'm saying this is a possible solution to a problem which is as complex as all these IoT devices which are out there. The idea is to reduce both the vulnerability of IoT devices to network-based attacks and the potential to harm, okay, for harm from any other devices that may become compromised. Somehow you should have a mechanism which says, let me block the other guys from not attacking. Other guys should make sure that they are not compromised as well. Prevent IoT devices from becoming both victims and perpetrators of network-based attacks. MUD to enable networks to automatically permit each IoT device to send and receive only traffic that it requires to perform. Only that traffic that it is supposed to handle is supposed to be there, okay? And prohibit all unauthorized communication and all that. So the idea is to reduce the opportunity of the IoT device to get start attacking others, as well as also not to be compromised itself. So that's the goal. I don't have an answer. Nobody has an answer, I'm sure. We can at best contain if there is a problem, and that's all I wanted to say. Thanks, folks. Can I leave, or should I take questions? Yeah, okay. Sure, by all means.
The first slide talk about the signature of any equipment to the 13 voltage and to the RAM.
Hello.
Have you done any study on effect of
Hello.
Yes, we have done some work on. Actually, I'm not sure whether it's there actually in one of the slides. We have done some work on temperature. See, this temperature problem is going to be an issue. But if you use it as a feature in your machine learning model, you will still be able to uniquely identify.
But when we talk about the procurement thing, okay, all these locations are remote, all pre-sale substation are remote locations, and they are not as much tech savvy people like you or others who can interpret the results. So once the effect of temperature comes and there is some difference in signature, he will say it's.
I'm coming to that. What you should do is take those devices that you have extract signatures, put those devices in a large, emulate the environment of high temperature. Suppose you go and put it in Thar desert, you must be sure that the device should work. So across the whole temperature range, you characterize the device only once. Only once, not only that device. Generally all the devices that you plan to characterize,
That should be done in the lab also.
only
like
once.
in OEM also.
Only once.
Only once.
Then what you will do is you will establish that baseline. Okay, and you train a model. That I think nowadays there's no way by which I can talk about something that is not machine learning, right? Machine learning, deep learning, everything has. I'm assuming you all know about it. If you don't know deep learning, get into it deeply immediately. So assuming that, you characterize it, and nicely it will be used as a signature. It is a feature, and with that feature you will be able to identify. I am not speaking here by hand waving, but we have done it. You can look up some other papers of mine.
Okay, and what about aging? Like
Aging is an issue. I don't know the answer. I must tell you. Do you know the aging of your Aadhaar? This one?
No.
Iris? I don't know too. We have just started, right? Aadhaar rolling out as, usage is now maybe, 10 years plus, 10, 15 years now. We don't know what is going to happen. Suddenly you may find that your door does not open based on your Aadhaar ID anymore, because everything is going to get linked. All these biometric manufacturers will perhaps ultimately link to Aadhaar. Then what happens? If it doesn't open, it doesn't open. That's it. Doesn't identify you. So that problem is there even for humans. I don't know the answer to aging.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
This is kind of a physical characteristic of a device.
Correct.
So when we talk about counterfeiting and the
Right.
device cloning,
Right.
In terms of a security perspective, how the counterfeiting?
So I have pulled out a signature from the physical device now. I have formed a signature. Supposing there are 12 diodes. I took the example of diode. Those 12 diodes will form a signature. You have to convert the voltage levels that you get into a nice digital pattern. So you get a, let's say, 2 power 12 set of signatures. That signature is unique to that particular IED. Now there is a hacker. That hacker, what he does, he goes to the diode module, pulls that module out and puts another module there. And now you go back and do this, quickly realize that it's not the same signature. So somebody has attacked. Maybe he has not attacked. He's just done, for maintenance he has pulled out parts left, right and center. We do that often, right? Some working part of one system you may take and put it here. What is the intention we will not get into. But did the signature change? Yes, it did. That's the idea.
So that's more of device tampering, right? So
Yes, it's a counterfeiting, device tampering and counterfeiting. Counterfeiting also you can do. I didn't go into the detail. For example, we did some work on using camera systems to find the marking on the chip, and we can show you some markings. And if supposing you removed one resistor and you soldered another value, little solder has changed. Human eye cannot catch, but if you put it through the scanning device, quickly it will say there is a solder change. And if you have moved C48, which was sitting here, to C48 here, and R24 to R20 somewhere else, board size is the same, location of components have changed. Why did you change? Why did you change the location? Maybe you did a version change. That means what you gave me, I found R24 here. I am talking about R24, meaning what? Resistor 24. It was here on the board. Now it has moved here. So now I can go back and ask the manufacturer, why did you show me R24 there and now you are delivering with R24 here? So you can track. Okay, things like that. And markings you can read. Stampings on the systems you can read. Okay. I'm done. Yeah, thanks.
So just 2 minutes. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your ocean of knowledge and experience to us. Now I may please request Shri Pranjal Johari, Scientist, Ministry of IT, to give a memento to sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, please come.
Yes, all right. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Now I may please invite Shri Krishna C, Joint Director C-DAC Bangalore, to give an insight into current state of IoT security with respect to ISO reference architecture.
So good afternoon, and again, once again, welcome all of you for this interesting discussion and deliberations which are going to happen on the IoT roadmap, which we are going to evolve. Today, I'm going to talk about the current state of IoT security with regard to the ISO reference architecture. So, when we talk about security, there has to be certain standards, there has to be certain, guidelines that are in place, and we also need to know how we are relating with those standards and guidelines that are there. Okay, so as far as this particular domain of IoT is concerned, there are a plethora of standards. The ecosystem is, intensely what is called as segmented, and there are n number of standards. So I'm going to present to you some work that we have done with regard to the security implementation. A typical IoT system, as you could see over here, would typically consist of the physical devices. Then what we have is essentially a gateway sort of a device which is going to interconnect these sensors and actuators so that the data can go seamlessly to the cloud platforms. That is the a traditional typical IoT ecosystem that is there in place. Now let us try to understand how this particular ecosystem has been mapped to the ISO reference architecture, and also let us try to understand what are the threat landscape that is there in place, how do we mitigate this threat landscape, and what is a broad category that we can divide this into. And based upon this particular structure itself, what we have done is we have a panel discussions being structured so that we can have discussions on IoT related hardware security, which is your physical layer, then IoT related network security, what are the things that are going to be considered there, and then the IoT related applications or the platform related security. Just I want to give you one picture. This is an entity based reference architecture diagram which has been taken from the ISO standard, wherein you could see the physical entities which are going to form the bottom layer. They are the ones which are actually interacting with the sensors and actuators, and then we have the gateway component which is there. Then we have the middleware. So this is the whole lot of the middleware system that is there in place, which essentially consists of how do you manage your devices, how do you configure your devices, how do you work with these devices, what sort of applications you have, and so on and so forth, resource discovery, device discovery, and those aspects. And on top of this, you're actually having the users, and users are the ones who are going to interact with these IoT systems. So what is happening is, as you could see there is a vertical layer which is interconnecting all these different components. So that is your network layer, and that network layer is something which is highly segmented. So you have different networking technologies for different applications, and that is the one which is actually posing the problem for IoT related security. And that is the challenge that we have to sit down today, discuss, deliberate, have a threadbare discussion on these aspects, so that the security roadmap that we have envisaged, that is going to become more comprehensive, that is going to become evolving with the standards that are going to come in picture, that are going to come into the picture, the technologies that are going to come into picture, and how do we address that. Okay, so essentially what I have done over here is I have divided this into 3 layers. The IoT device level threats, some of which we have done a certain implementations. You could see the physical tampering. So you have an IoT device, something of this sort, and you need to have certain features and techniques essentially to figure out whether your device has been tampered or not. Okay, so once you come to know about the devices getting tampered, then you could see basically what happens is the attacker would, if he has an access to your IoT devices, he would go there and tamper your devices so that he can figure out what are the features of your device, what are the hardware configurations, what is the software entities that are sitting over there. So what we are talking about over here is certain techniques, sensors essentially, which is going to tell and notify you when your IoT devices are going to get tampered. So that is one thing which we have worked upon. Second is the side channel related attacks. As all of you know, our IoT devices are essentially, microcontroller based devices which do emit what is called as certain radiations pertaining to its power consumption pattern or related with some kind of RF. And there are tools, there are certain devices which are able to capture this and do reverse engineering. So that is where side channel analysis and how do we mitigate this side channel analysis related threats that has to be incorporated both at the hardware as well as at the software level. So from the hardware level, you could have features such as, which are going to give you more of a noise, okay, than giving the data. So that kind of an design at the hardware level, and in the software level, you can have algorithms which are going to give you more of a noise so that your side channel analysis can be resisted. So that is one thing which we have to look and we have to see with the industry partners, with the R&D bodies, how exactly they are doing it. And the third important area which essentially we have worked with devices which don't have unsecured storage. Say for example, every microcontroller based devices, IoT devices are essentially your microcontroller based devices. They do have storage, and the storage at a very low end devices like Cortex M architecture, if you consider, they don't have security related features that are built into the hardware. So what we have done at C-DAC is we have designed a part of our project, we have designed a firmware based TPM. TPM is essentially your trusted platform modules. So these TPMs are the chips which are sitting in the, in the laptops or in the server on the higher end machines, which are going to give you a secured storage. So that kind of a secured storage we can't afford to have on IoT based devices. The reason is the cost. Okay, so these IoT devices are going to come to you for your consumer related goods or for an enterprise related product. So therefore, at C-DAC Bangalore, what we have done is we have done the implementation of that TPM, the trusted platform module, in the software. So that's going to give you a firmware based implementation of TPM. So that is one such activity that we have done. And another one which I want to bring to your notice is the boot process. So when we say secured bootstrapping, it is very, very essential and very important for any IoT device to be successful, that the firmware or the software which is running on an IoT device is trusted and it is trustworthy and it has been verified and validated to run on the device. So what I'm talking here is about secured bootstrapping. So secured bootstrapping is a very important area which is often missed out by the manufacturers due to several reasons. That has become extremely important. Whatever the code that you run on the device, it has to be trusted and it needs validation. So that particular process has to be done by the bootloader. So that particular aspect, we have actually done an implementation using ECDSA algorithm in the Cortex microcontroller. And another important area is the firmware upgrades. So in today's time, you cannot see a device which is going to have which is not going to have an upgradation as far as its firmware is concerned, because of various reasons. It could be for bug fixing, it could be for security related feature that has to be enhanced and so on. So what you need is the firmware or the software that is running on it has to get upgraded, and that upgradation, usually what happens is there are a lot of threats or vulnerabilities which are there that needs to be addressed. So we need to have a secured updation of your firmware. So you need to have features that are going to use digital signatures essentially, which is going to validate whatever the firmware which you are upgrading onto your device is getting validated. So that's a very important thing. And the last aspect in the device level is something which is related with the debug ports. Often what happens is that manufacturers do keep their debug ports open, and that gives you a lot of back channel attacks, wherein some attacker or a state sponsored agency which is going to take away your firmware by doing reverse engineering. So one important aspect as far as debug ports are concerned is we need to keep them disabled we need not have to open any ports which are not being used. So these are some of the important considerations. I've just given a snapshot of few of the aspects which are being covered at these devices. Anyhow, we are going to have a detailed discussion on this particular thing. We have a panel at the device level. We are going to have a panel discussion on the network layer and the application layer as well. Now I'll move on to the network layer. So as you can see at the network layer, again, there are a plethora of networks. One important observation from many of the players is that the devices which are there in the market and the devices which are there out as far as IoT is concerned, they are, the username and the passwords are the default passwords. Okay, the default manufacturer passwords, the users don't change them. That gives you a lot of problem going forward, because that can be used to do an attack. So essentially what you need to do is you need to keep your passwords updated, okay, and also need to ensure that you don't have an unauthorized access to the network. So a device is identified and it is authenticated to access your network. So that has to be taken into consideration. Then you have man in the middle kind of attacks. Then you have eavesdropping and so on and so forth. And these are the things that we have to discuss how we can, avoid these. This is what TV Prabhakar sir was mentioning today about the Mirai attack. So this was a very, very simple, attack on the IoT devices. So millions of IoT devices were compromised and giving you a DDoS sort of an attack. So essentially it was done through a botnet, and this is going to be this is something which requires attention and mitigation. Okay. Then I'm just covering a few areas on the application level. So in the application level, as some of you are from the world of software engineering, you may be aware of APIs. These are the normal application programming interfaces which we use often to do programming. And here the need is to have a secured API. Okay, so the APIs that you are going to run, because API is basically essentially going to give you access to your data as well as functionality, and those APIs have to be protected. So we need to make use of an authentication entity such as OAuth that has to be considered. Then we need to again have the authentication and authorizations at the application level as well. And in case of application, we will be having sessions. And these sessions, if we kept them open and there is no expiry for these sessions, so that will also give a lot of threats and vulnerabilities as far as application development is concerned. That has to be looked at. So this is an OTA kind of a thing, because most of the IoT devices are wireless devices. Okay, so what do they need is over the air kind of an updates. And as some of us are coming here from the manufacturing domain, they are very well aware, what are the challenges that they face. The software or the firmware needs to get upgraded, and these devices are wireless, and you need to have a wireless way of updating the firmware. So the OTA updates also has to have an secured updation of your firmware and the software. So that has to be done in a secured fashion. So these are some of the areas, the threat levels which I have covered over here. And with this, I will be ending my presentation. Thank you so much. If there are any questions, please do let me know. Yes. Yeah. Essentially, that is the objective of our implementation. So the objective is the devices which don't have the hardware component of TPM. So you need to have a programming interface either through a OTA or through a debug interface, so that you can retrofit this TPM, because our TPM will be an implementation which is going to be done in software or in the firmware. So it can be retrofitted into the existing devices which are already there in deployment. So I'm talking about a firmware-based TPM.
Yeah, understood.
Yeah.
So okay, let's take a scenario, right? So there are 100,000 devices out there in the field without a root of
root of trust is hardware root of trust.
So now this is a very good solution, I would say.
Yes.
Provided you are able to actually go upgrade it.
Yeah.
Over the air. So
Yeah.
can you do it like over the air as well?
Yes,
or-
yes. So we have over-the-air updates. So that is something which we have actually tried and tested it with our devices,
Okay.
because we have certain devices which do monitor the air quality sensor. We have devices pertaining to the water quality and other things which we deployed it. And for the air quality related sensor nodes, we were able to do over-the-air updates as far as the firmware is concerned.
Got it. And what kind of chip architecture?
The chip architecture was essentially a Cortex-M based. So we have done it on a Cortex ARM microcontroller. The reason is predominantly, if you see IoT end devices, they do have ARM microcontroller architecture, which is widespreadly used.
Got it. Thanks. And
Yeah.
one last question is: are you looking at some kind of certification for the virtual TPM?
Yeah, actually,
industry
that is something which is in pipeline. We are looking for an entire ecosystem which does certification, validation of the entire process. Okay.
Any specific certification you have in mind?
So currently there are no certifications that are available as of now. As you see, morning we had a discussion wherein STQC was identified by the AS sir as one of the agencies which do the certification. So however, they certify for the devices, not for the module specific things. So that is something which is under consideration, and we will be working on that.
Globally, there is one standard that is available. It's called CESIP. You may want to look at it.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To have an OS independent or a control independent. So how this?
So what essentially what we have done is the firmware based TPM which we had implemented, it was for the ARM Cortex-M architecture. So ARM Cortex-M architecture, it is not actually dependent on an OS sort of a platform. It's a bare metal platform. So we have tested it on a bare metal platform, and since it's going to give you a very low level sort of a booting process, even if you have a OS in place, the integration can easily be done with the OS. So that will not be a challenge. Control dependency is certainly there because it is currently it's been made for Cortex-M, the work that we have done. The design is, you can actually get it ported on other microcontrollers. If you have that sort of a devices in market, we can do that. That's not a only the thing what changes is the hardware dependency layer that has to be changed. Sorry. Trusted execution environments, right? Which is there very specific to the ARM microcontrollers. That is part and parcel of your CPU architecture itself. Whereas the TPM is an additional chip that comes and which gives you a lot of storage, secured bootstrapping, secured ways of storing your encryption keys and other things. So it's an investment because you need to purchase a chip, put it on your board. That usually happens in laptops, servers and high-end machines. Very rarely you could find a TPM being part of an embedded device. So that is the place where we did work on the firmware-based TPM implementation to solve that particular gap, so that you can have a firmware implementation readily available with you. The secured bootstrapping of the firmware that we have implemented, it's in some few KBs only. It's approximately it will be around somewhere 20 to 30 KB. That will fit into any microcontroller, because these days you get microcontrollers in the ROM sizes will typically vary between few hundred KBs or even 1 MBs also it will go. So that's the ROM size. So see, if you are going to port our existing design, it is only the hardware abstraction layer that has to be changed. So that work is not a very huge amount of a work per se, but I'm not able to tell you upfront what is the manpower hour that will be involved, but depending on the expertise, it is certainly not going to take much of a time. Maybe less than a month it can be done. So if there are no further questions, thank you very much for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving an overview of the IoT security and the reference architecture. I may please request Dr. Manju Agrawal, Shri Manju Agrawal, scientist METI, to give memento as a token of appreciation. I'm so sorry, it's Manoj Agrawal, to give memento as a token of appreciation to Shri Krishna, sir, Joint Director, C-DAC Bangalore. Please, sir, please. Oops, ma'am is there. So moving towards another interesting session, please join me to welcome Mr. Amit Rao, IoT Security Foundation, Bangalore chapter, to give an insight into IoT device security.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so I'm not going to use the podium so that I interact with you guys. So a quick introduction, Amit Rao, and I work with Device Authority as Vice President for Asia, looking into device lifecycle management solutions. Apart from that, I'm also a founding member of IoT Security Foundation, Bangalore chapter, and the reason why I'm here today representing the industry, right? So the word stakeholders is very critical here, right? I see government administrators, I see scientists, I see academia, and I have the privilege of representing the industry today. Right, so what you see here going forward for the next 10 minutes is a perspective from the industry, right? And that would actually give you a sense of this document that we have been talking, the roadmap, right? How does it really relate to what's going on in the industry and where it's headed? Well, this is my favorite slide, and this is how the future could look like, right? IoT is ubiquitous. Like, it's increasingly getting integrated in our everyday life, whatever, you know, the way we operate, the way we manage security are at home, the way we drive, the way we, you know, kind of manage our, we monitor our health, even the way we manufacture the goods, right? So this is how the future could be if the manufacturers, along with the ecosystem, doesn't bake in security measures, right? Now, from an industry perspective, the manufacturer really wants to protect the investments, right? Both in terms of time, effort, and money. And what they're really looking for is a clear guideline, you know, a standard that they could follow. And I believe that BIS with STQC is actually working on an India standard. We have some global standards being talked about this morning. And let me tell you, the situation could get worse. And the reason is, if you saw the latest IDC reports, talks about 16 billion devices out there, right? That's almost 2 devices per person on this planet. And with the growing popularity, you know, interoperability, you will have probably 4 devices per person by the end of 2026, right? And what that really means is a huge attack surface. Seems my clicker got hacked. Okay. Current threat landscape, and this is fresh off the oven. I read in the report, and I think the report, when it was being written, probably, you know, times have changed, I guess. India is the most attacked nation as per the CIFERMA India Threat Landscape report that just came out about a month back. And 13.7% of all cyber attacks, irrespective of what kind of device or IT or ICT, let me put it this way, is happening on India. Now, these are sophisticated attacks, let me tell you, because if you look at the second point, 68% of cyber attacks in the last 3 years were state-sponsored. India's number is slightly at 72, okay? State-sponsored cyber attack, APTs, I'm talking sophisticated attacks, have increased by 278% between 2021-23, right? And majority of this is actually happening on government agencies and SME startups. Now, why this is relevant to IoT security? Now, recently, World Economic Forum actually stated that 1 out of every 3 hacks that is actually happening on an enterprise is going through IoT device. You know why? We heard a lot of people talking about the constraint that IoT device has, both in terms of processing and memory. Well, that stands true, and the reason is that the hackers, they find the least path of resistance if they actually enter an enterprise via IoT device. Let's get to India specific data. Now there's a data that came out from PwC. This is a week back, right? They interviewed top CXOs from Indian organization, both big and medium. And as per the CXOs, next 12 months, they see 45% of the organization, they see attack on connected device as a big concern. 45, almost half of them, right? And rightly so, because then if I connect it back to the Sonipol report that came out again a couple of months back, you will see specifically on IoT, right? IoT malware in Asia, and this is just 6 months report, okay? I mean, this is for a period of 6 months. That's 23 million IoT malware attacks, right? And 170% surge. They didn't give specifics on how much it is for India, but they said India experienced a significant surge. Now, this is a severe risk to the India's economic objectives or the vision that we have, and especially so for manufacturing. We're talking pharma, automotive, which is actually seeing an increasing digitization in their operations, right? Okay, so weak enforcement by manufacturers, lack of standards, and shadow IoT devices pose a big threat to organizations, right? And if you really look at the most common attacks that actually happen on IoT devices, we're talking spoofing, we're talking cloning, escalation, privilege escalation attacks, we're talking side channel attacks, we're talking tampering. We have firmware hijacking, we have brute force. And what that all really results into is the devices being enslaved as a botnet, which can be then used for DDoS, it can be used for ransomware, it could be used for cryptojacking, and also what we've seen lately is lateral movement within the network. I mean, you would have heard about a Vegas casino that had got hacked through an aquarium temperature sensor. Can you imagine that? So this is a holistic view of the cybersecurity across the stack, right? And you will see that this is through the entire life cycle of the device. Now, IoT security is a multifaceted challenge. It has to be approached layer by layer. So it is not just about securing the IoT device. It is also about how you secure the cloud infrastructure, the network infrastructure, how do you manage the device lifecycle management, the edge, and how all these elements interact with the IoT device. Well, secure by design is actually a philosophy where the security design principles, technology, and governance goes through each and every step of the IoT device journey, right? And what it essentially does is it gives the power to an organization to have a very strong security posture. And I will see there's a list, and this is coming from so many, there are about 40 plus Internet of Things security references out there. So this is a crux of all those documents. I'm glad to report that the roadmap device actually touches most of these fundamentals that are part of IoT security. I'm just going to touch upon some of the IoT device specific standards here because there are quite a few. There are quite a few in software, how to write software, software updates. I'm just going to touch upon the one that talks about device, right? So let's start with consumer. 303645, probably the most popular standard out there. It came almost 3 years back. India has come out with its own code of practice, which was released by TEC, a Department of Telecom, about a year and a half back. It basically talks about 13 recommendations, 5 data provision recommendations, and what this standard basically talks about is it actually prevents large-scale attacks, prevalent attacks on smaller devices, right? Consumer device that we use on a daily basis. And it basically gives a security baseline to manage that, and also forms a basis for future IoT security certification. It has also been the basis for a lot of countries to get their labeling schemes in place, right? So Singapore is a very good example. We have now Finland, Australia, Vietnam, and Germany who have replicated the same, and they have this 303645 as a base. Moving on to the next interesting standard, which is 21434, and this is basically a standard that talks about engineering specification for cybersecurity risk management regarding component design, manufacturing, operations, maintenance, and decommissioning of any and every electrical and electronic component on a road vehicle, including their sensors, which will be covered by 21434. This 21434 actually sits on what you would know as ISO 26262, which is a functional safety standard, right? So all component manufacturers in automotive need to adhere to this standard. The next one, 62443, cybersecurity for industrial automation and control systems, right? So this has been adopted by Bureau of India Standards, by the way, de facto standard when we talk about industrial cybersecurity. Now, unfortunately, we still don't have any standards in IOMT, right? But quite a few guidance, the latest one that you see here on your screen. So FDA and IMDRF are at the forefront. We are also staring at a new regulation in Europe called MDR, which we'll talk about in a while. Now, just a moment. Now the mic got hacked. Okay, so I'll be loud. So now, if you really look at each industry-led program has led to a standard, right? You saw automotive, you saw consumer, you saw industrial. Now, if you really go to the core, everybody is trying to solve the same challenge or address the same challenge, right? And the IoT security could really pick up if we had to harmonize, these standards. And the reason why the industry, academia, governments came together to form this first horizontal standard. It's called 27400 and then followed by 402, which is basically a guideline, right, which talks about security privacy in IoT as an ecosystem and then as a device. And if you look at what's happening in India today, STQC with BIS is actually working on or referring to these standards to come up with an India-specific IoT security policy. Even Department of Telecom, specifically NCCS, is looking at this standard to come up with what they call as the MTCT ComSec, where they would want to certify certain telecom equipments for connected use cases. And then we have an interesting standard that is in works. It's called 27404 that will pave the way for labeling framework, but this is limited to consumer IoT or enterprise consumer IoT. And then of course, much required trustworthiness framework where IoT security will go beyond the realms of security and privacy to include, we have reliability, right? We have resilience and we have safety. Some key regulatory initiatives globally. You would have heard of Cybersecurity Improvement Act 2020, basically talks about security baseline for connected devices either owned by federal government or being used in federal government use cases. Biden's executive order, right? So this lays emphasis on new concepts like zero trust architecture, talks about software bill of material. It also talks about a lot of information sharing for vulnerability handling. And then you have the US Cyber Trust Mark, which was announced just a quarter back. And this is to do with the labeling scheme that US has in mind based on the act. And then UK announced its PSTI, which is again based on 303645 standard, right? And what in this act, what they have done is they've adopted the top 3 recommendations out of 13, which is basically update your software, default passwords or credentials won't work, And then the third one is to do with vulnerability reporting and handling. So that's what PST is all about. And then of course we have the EU Cybersecurity Act, Radio Equipment Directive, Cybersecurity Resilience Act, and NIS2 specifically for critical infrastructure. Interestingly, we had an industry-wide regulation as well, which impacted about 60 countries globally, which is the UNECE WP29, which talks about a cybersecurity management system. And works are currently ongoing in India to incorporate these standards. ARAI in Pune is actually working on two specific items called AIS 189 and AIS 190, which is to do with how to secure a connected car. Now, I touched upon a few standards, I touched upon a few regulations. And the reason why I'm showing the next two slides is actually summarize on what they all talk about, right? Some commonalities and some new concepts that are being talked about. Not concepts anymore, I would say something that's supply chain security, specifically on the software, and then we're going to look at ZTA, and also, I'm not going to touch upon the vulnerability management much. So starting with device lifecycle management, right? So this is being talked about in just every new regulation standard across vertical use cases, right? So what does it mean actually? It means handling of the device right from, and its security right from cradle to grave, starting with secure production. And for the audience here who actually contributed to the roadmap document, this one piece seems missing. So I would really urge you to look at, secure provisioning, FIDO, FDO, which is a new standard for how do you actually onboard IoT device, completely automated, so no human errors at scale. The next one is secure onboarding, which I kind of touched upon. A lot of IoT platforms like AWS and Microsoft Azure actually have this incorporated in their platform. Security management, enterprise integration, very critical. Again, something we really need to focus on in the roadmap. Assume that there's already ICT infrastructure in place. The challenge we as practitioners have is how do you seamlessly integrate your IoT infrastructure in that existing infrastructure? They have a HSM, right? Now, how do you have your IoT device actually interact with the HSM seamlessly? Or they have a CA because there is certificate. So how do you seamlessly integrate your devices in an infrastructure which already has a CA, right? So yeah, enterprise integration, decommissioning, and then of course recommissioning. Software bill of material, and I think a lot of folks who are from the industrial domain already are generating SBOMs, right? So it's a comprehensive inventory list of components of a software product which gives a transparency of the constituents like libraries, dependencies, licenses. And what that really helps users, is with vulnerability management, or if there is a specific incident, where they can really manage or update their softwares, right? Because there's so many open source components being used in the software today, almost 60% as per the latest numbers that we see from some of the research companies. Zero trust environment. So what you see on the left is actually a diagram that came from CISA, which Department of Defense in the US uses. So it's basically called the pillars of zero trust architecture. User, device, network environment, application, data, visibility, analytics, automation, and orchestration, right? But really, user and device is the key, because when we talk about zero trust, right? And trust, given that there's so many edge devices out there, so you can't really have a firewall kind of perimeter anymore. Identity is the new perimeter, right? So user device, as they say, identity authentication leads the road. And that is what it's leading to, and that's what we call as a 9-core capability of IoT device with respect to zero trust architecture. Starting with automated device provisioning, right? PKI services for IoT. You have the lifecycle management for the identity. This is critical. It's not just about creating SBOM, it's what you're doing with the SBOM, right? So continuous assurance, threat validation with SBOMs, data privacy, code signing, and then of course a lot of AI/ML getting in for threat intelligence, continuous authorization. And then of course the last piece, which is the enterprise integration that I spoke about. How do you integrate it with the existing infrastructure? So that's what zero trust in IoT specifically means. So this is my last slide here. And this is a mix of, all the things that some of the folks at IoT Security Foundation see as missing. I would say 70% of it is already being talked about in the document, which is a great sign, which means it kind of meets the industry requirements. But you'll see some of them where probably we need to really look and see how it can be included. For example, privacy engineering, homomorphic encryption, right? I think that's something that we should really look at. Trustworthiness, I spoke about. Crypto agility. I see a lot of post-quantum computing being talked about in the document, right? Now, CUDA is still some time ahead. How about having crypto agility so that the systems that we deploy today, the crypto primitives can be swapped, right? Based on, as the months, years progress, and then the threats keep on increasing, right? So crypto agility has to be covered comprehensively in the document. I think the professor spoke about PUF. It's been talked about for quite some time. It hasn't really picked up, but I think it's a great asset. ASCON, lightweight crypto that NIST came out with. I think that's something that we have to look at. FIDO device onboarding, not part of the document. I think needs to be included. The next one is, I think, Arvindji's favorite mud. We spoke quite a bit, you missed that. So I think there was a great advocate of mud. Same here, and same with Arvindji, I guess. I think this is something we really need to kind of include in our, now that it's a standard, it's not Cisco proprietary, so we have to really get to the market, right? And everything AI enabled, right? So yeah, so with that, thank you so much. And we have I think, a panel discussion coming up where we'll continue the conversation.
Thank you very much, sir, for an insight into IoT security standards and regulations. So now we will move towards a very intellectual panel discussion on IoT security and its roadmap, moderated by Shri Amit Rao. So I may please invite Mr. Sam Santosh Koshi, C-DAC Hyderabad, Mr. Vishal Kumar Jaiswal, ETDC Bangalore, Dr. Prabhakar Krishnan, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, Mr. Kaushik Nanda, Principal Technical Officer, C-DAC Bangalore, Mr. Sukumara T, ABB Bangalore, to please join for the panel discussion. Please come on the dais. So before we proceed, I request each panel member to introduce yourself. Please.
Yeah, we're starting with the panel discussion. Welcome. Come, Shah.
So over to you, Amit sir.
So we are one shot. How is that possible? इधर ही आ जाओ. Hello. Hello. I don't know. Hello everyone again, and yeah, so what I'd like to do is start with a small round of introductions so that you get to know the speakers and the panelists here.
Yeah, hi everyone. I am Sam. I work with C-DAC Hyderabad. Fundamentally, I have been an IoT system developer, worked in the areas of IoT in agriculture, smart cities, and also connected vehicles. And the handbook that was launched was something that we've been working on this far. And so in IoT security also we've been moving into and developing two aspects of it, the testing and evaluation aspects, defining procedures through which any IoT device in the consumer IoT space could be tested. And in addition to that, we are also have done some IoT development, what Amrit was talking about in terms of the device life cycle. Based on a blockchain and an IoT kind of solution we've developed with L&T. And so in the IoT space itself, we've kind of have our hands really burnt in this. So it'll be interesting to kind of listen to the views of everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
if this is convenient.
Okay. Good afternoon all. My name is Kaushik Nanda. I am from C-DAC Bangalore. I have worked in this field of IoT for about 10, 12 years. And also I have worked on starting from very low power, very small devices till like server, motherboard and all. So I have worked across all type of devices, especially the hardware design, system design. And while working through all this, I have kept a good watch on what is the security need for each devices. So as IoT security, I have not implemented much, but I work towards the need for security in each type of devices. And apart from that, I have contributed a little bit to the quantum computing and communication control cards. So today I am looking into like different kind of security needs and how it can be addressed in there can be different solutions to address one problem, or there can be one solution addressing to different problems. So I'm looking at that and looking forward to learn from all of you. Thank you.
Thanks. Question.
Hello, good afternoon all. My name is Sukumara. I'm from industry side. I am from ABB. I'm working from ABB in last 20 years. I started as my career as a power system engineer and developing in embedded products, which protect our protection transmission line and transformers. From there, my journey started, and the SCADA communication protocols implementation in the real time with ARTAS, all these things, and then we moved to the cybersecurity. So we are implementing cybersecurity aspects in our bringing to the product. They all may not go to IoT as an internet facing, but still it in the substation and a power station environment. So still our device communicating to the external SCADA system. And how to protect this critical infrastructure, especially the real-time control device, which is primarily operating the power system and the field system. So this is something really challenge. So we are also creating the security architecture for the embedded products. At the same time, we're also doing the product assessments in terms of cybersecurity, how robust our devices are when this kind of attack scenario happens. So this is something we do extensive assessment before releasing the product to the market. I think that's where I am working on. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Vishal Kumar Jaswal, Scientist C with STQC Directorate. So I am out of Bangalore. My primary responsibility is to certify UIDI Aadhaar biometric devices for L1 category. That is involving secure boot, secure updation, as well as sample protection mechanisms. Apart from that, I have audited various organizations like State Bank of India, Income Tax Department for Aadhaar Act compliance as AUA, KUA or ASC. I have written IoT Security Standard for India. It is under consultation for a long time, but consensus is being made by BIS. So that standards will soon be published as an India standard for IoT security and privacy, because there are a lot of consultations and diversity of IoT devices that is taking a lot of time. And I was involved into some pilot testing of IoT cameras also, like from Motorola and all. We have started testing for those products. So soon it will be materializing in this area. Some assessment scheme will come, and we will going to certify those products. Thank you.
Thanks. And as you can see, we have a very interesting panel here, right? So the context is IoT devices, right? So we'll have very specific discussion regarding the same. So let me start with all of you actually. So you heard some speakers, right, who spoke about different challenges, right? And the way they are trying to mitigate, if not mitigating already, the challenges. So just take 2 minutes to talk about a couple of topics pertaining to IoT device per se that you think is critical.
If we just look at the device per se, see, from the work that we have done, we've looked at a lot of standards that are available outside, and most of these standards kind of prescribe certain recommendations of how a IoT device should be securely built. Okay, but now when it comes to a device that's physically available with you, how do you evaluate that it is there? So from the hardware perspective, the very first thing that you'd want to look at is there an entry point into that device? So when you open up the device, you do a reconnaissance of its various parts. You identify where is the controller, what are the interfaces, is there a possibility for me to kind of tap into this? And so the first thing that most of the standards would tell you is to make sure that these interfaces through which you either program the device or you try to communicate with external modules, these should be protected, okay? Either protected or disabled. And what that means is you'll have to have a mechanism to look at the board and decide whether the J-tag, for example, is exposed as a pin, as a connector. And if it is so, is it possible for me to extract the firmware from there and then perform number of acts on that. So fundamentally, when you're looking at it from a platform perspective, I feel that the interfaces become very important. The other aspect is also we've talked about software bill of materials, but going ahead, I think the hardware bill of materials is also pretty important, especially from the context of thinking if you have devices that are coming from hostile countries, at least with regard to our country, then you should have a mechanism to know that what is being put on the device is with regard to a certain functionality. And I'm talking about active components per se and not the passive as such. So that having said that, you can see the sky is the limit. You can just keep going, doing research and finding out vulnerabilities. But you should also assume that you should also understand that the IoT ecosystem itself is pretty fragmented. On the one side, we say that there is too much of, the devices are constrained and therefore security is a challenge. But on the other side, when we really look at the kind of testing or the solutions that we're developing, we are doing it for embedded Linux kind of platforms. So there is a whole area of stuff that is open out there and which is being implemented where security is never going to be, is not being considered at this point in time. And so those become the low hanging fruits that anybody can kind of tap into and extract. And what I mean to say by this is, if I look at a specific device and I'm able to extract its firmware and understand various aspects of the devices that we've picked up is generally this is the case, that there is one key, it is stored somewhere in flash on these controllers, and that same key is kind of used by vendors because they just don't go ahead and have a unique kind of key for each of this. And the security standard tells you that you should be having unique keys, a unique ID, and that kind of artifacts on the system. So from the perspective of the hardware, I would say that yes, you begin by doing a reconnaissance of it, and then you figure out what are the interfaces that I can tap into, and if you can tap into the interfaces, can you see any communication that's happening between the two? And if it's a known protocol like SPI or I2C or something, you can make sense out of it. There are tools that allow you to do that. If it's a UART or something that can be, if you get the boot log or you get the booting process of the Linux kernel going on, can you stop the booting and then get into the kernel and extract the whole thing? So all those kinds of tests can be done to kind of get the firmware out of the device and then do subsequent analysis as far as the platform is concerned. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. Kaushik.
Yeah, so like here we are always talking about different kind of attacks to device, and there are different methods to attack, different methods to counter it also. To scale whether a attack, whether it is so harmful or less harmful, I think that should be another criteria to judge whether it should be addressed immediately and what are the levels it can be addressed. If you talk about small power constrained devices in IoT, those are we are telling constrained device. That's why we are not able to put sophisticated algorithms into it to protect. We can't run firewalls as such, but sometimes that itself, the constraint itself works as a boon. It will restrict the malware to do additional functionality. So if you can put such kind of schemes into it, we can restrict it by its functionality, by its power. We can restrict even the malware to do the additional task and harm the existing device. Or when we have a big network and there are some devices, some ROG devices into the network, and we can, as a network, if you see the complete functionality, and we can isolate them from a top level, from an application perspective. If we can isolate them, and instead of attacking as a device, we'll change our policy as a complete network. If we change the policy and isolate them, we may get the data from them, but we'll simply drop it. We'll not make use of the data. Or suppose it's a critical information about an alert or any emergency message, suppose. But we know that that device can be a ROG device. We may just change the priority of it. We may not serve that. So such kind of policy level implementation can also be done instead of always addressing into the firmware. We can't implement all of our ideas in the firmware. It can be done at the policy level also. So such kind of things can be looked at. And now with IoT, we are integrating all kind of devices together. Nothing is outside IoT. Everything is a part of IoT.
Right.
Means we have IoT specific devices. We have our home appliances which are connected to the network once again. So now, previously you used to think like if somebody else gets some information about me, then that person can act like against me. He can use it as a weapon. But now it's not like that. It's like once it is gone to the network, we don't know who and all will have a copy of it, who can use it in what manner.
Right.
So now once it is public, it is access to everybody. So to stop that, like if you can attach some kind of identity to that data, and we can trace it back, or we can at least, now if you have seen this deepfake videos, in that they are telling like we don't know the origin. It may be mix of many things, but it is sourced from one point. So such kind of things, if you can trace back and we can address at a policy level, then that will be very useful. Similarly, when we talk about devices, in devices also, for every device, we know how it should behave. So the mud kind of thing comes into picture. So if that pattern, basically the pattern analysis is more important, irrespective of what kind of device it is. It can be done at a different level. Some things can be done at the gateway level. Something can be done at the maybe a server level. All these things can be put together, and in a broader perspective, we should define which one we should consider as a ROG device, a malfunctioning device, and how to eliminate it without individually targeting the device. That may be a better option in my opinion.
Got it. Thanks. Thanks for your views. Sukumar.
Yeah. So when we say the product security or IoT product security, we have two aspects. One is software security and hardware security. In the software security, we have at least some very good tools available, some methodologies there, how we can secure the software aspects of. I will not say it's already matured, but the challenges are very dynamic, but at least we reasonably have a good tool like scanning tools or to find out the firmware availability, DDoS attack simulation, fuzzing. So we have some kind of a, the software support is there where we try to see when this kind of attack scenarios created on the device, whether the device is still able to perform the core functionality during attack scenarios, how the device recovers back in this attack. So these are some challenging things which we try to assess our products, how especially when the product is facing the internet. And there is a firmware, the product firmware, and there's a mobile application, cloud connectivity, provisioning. There are a lot of things to go. So we need to say security aspects as a whole solution. So that's where we are catching up what's happening in the software world, how to bring that technology here and make our product more secure. So that is the one thing. The second is the hardware security. Still, there is no standardization exists. Still, a lot of work is going on. How to bring that in the industry? So how to do that? We are millions of products we are testing, and how to do this hardware validation. How to test the products, and so this is something still okay. We are seeing some basic sanity. Okay, debug ports are disabled, or there's no all the bus is little safer. Some TPM is there, and using the crypto from the TPM. So this is something basic check we are doing, but still a lot of things to do. The Prabhakar sir was telling at that time. So what kind of things we can do? Really, they are quite useful. The industry should look into those things. The second challenge is with respect to the life cycle. So especially for industrial critical infrastructure or industrial automation, we are talking about 15 years of life cycle. When I sell the product to the customer, can you give a guarantee of 15 years? So today, the security is posing the challenge to that kind of product, because the processing power, the memory, the chip, what you are choosing today for the product, within the 3 years or 4 years getting obsolete, because this complexity of the crypto algorithms that are going for higher bits of public cryptography or intensive the handshaking, TLS handshaking mechanism. It is bringing a lot of pressure on your system resources. How to keep up that kind of security challenges and still make our device work on that environment. So this is something challenges the industry is facing, which we are looking at the research organization, academics, how they're coming up, how the papers are coming and standard organizations. We do have a good IEEE or ISO, IETF. There are standards that are coming up. There are like IoT Security Foundation or a lot of good the OAS. These things are there are works are happening in terms of standardization, suggestions, and all those things. But still, it's so complex, vast. There is a challenge industry which facing how to take these things, adapt into our testing methodology, something which still always a kind of a catching up mode.
Yeah. Thanks, Sukumar. Vishal, your two cents.
So first thing is like what I have seen, there is a standard, any standard you take, and suppose 3 levels are there. Level 0 also, many IoT device vendors are not able to meet that compliance for level 0. And it is very basic baseline, and even reputed IoT vendors are going with level 0 and they are not able to meet. Because of awareness issue, because of secure by design principle, they have not followed. Even basic things they have not addressed. So standards are there, I have drafted some standards, but problem is if we will drop that standard, who is going to use it? Because if level 0, very basic, reputed vendors are not able to comply to, then who are going to adopt those standards which are in line with international best practices? So that is one point of view. Second is, even in certification, when we certify any product, even IoT device, the sensor has to be certified. Like for example, in biometrics, that the biometric sensor has to be certified as per NIST algorithms. Or in case of facial recognition, NIST facial recognition algorithm has to be certified. Okay, that camera sensor has to be certified. A lot of certifications goes into certifying IoT complete device itself. Okay, so sometimes what happens, the device sensors, what is certified at that level is not coming to us. Its form has changed. That certification chain is not established. Suppose we are going to certify something and it goes to end user, that device changes its shape. It is changing its port, and many things are changing. So that is how to tackle this problem. That we are certifying, we are putting a lot of effort, and after that also that particular device is not going to end user. So that is second thought process that I want to bring into attention. Third thing, from what I have seen from some geopolitically sensitive countries, that some devices are coming for certification. Maybe 1 year or 2 years back it has come to me. Okay, I have a sample in my repository. But now they are coming and it is same device, they are saying it is made in India. Okay. And if you open device inside PCB, everything, even battery, batch number is matching same. But without any knowledge transfer, without MOU with that company, how they are making in India. If we will go, they will assemble because there are guidelines for assembling. So how, as a certification body, we are going to tackle that problem? And standardization, there are sectoral standardization, like in a smart metering system, standardization is there. In UIDI, standardization is there. So many industries or government organizations are trying to bring the standardization on sectoral level. But if we will go to BIS level or international level, it becomes very broad. And it is very generic that you cannot apply as it is, or if you apply, it is just like a checklist, everybody will satisfy. Okay, so how you are going to bridge that gap that IoT devices are really secure? Otherwise, people are not going to address. Even a small sensor related feature, people are not going to implement. Their sensor have the feature, but they are not implementing because of cost factor. Okay, so we need some cost efficient and time efficient certification scheme at scale for IoT device if we want to certify devices and secure the devices at India level scale. Thank you.
Thanks, Vishal. So let me just start with a few questions for you, right? So let me start with you, Vishal. A very interesting insight. So when you talk about standards, right? So what are the key challenges in implementing security measure for IoT devices, right? And how do you see these challenges addressed to mitigate potential vulnerabilities and across domains?
Yeah. So one challenge is IoT devices are low power devices, diverse in nature. Even Zoom car is there and very basic power strip is there. How we are going to write a standard for all of this that is applicable to Zoom car also as well as that power strip. Okay, because if I am going to say that secure element should be there, then for power strip that person will say, sir, we cannot apply this thing. You do some software certification. So that is one challenge. Second challenge is interoperability. If we are going to certify a product for security in IoT, then we have to certify complete ecosystem. How one vendor's product is going to work with other vendor's product if security has to be enforced. Third is repairability. There is tamper protection mechanism, tamper resistant mechanism, but IoT devices are not only for security or internet connectivity. These devices are real devices in the field. People will use it till it is working. Suppose you have purchased a CCTV camera, you are going to use it. Okay. So because of that, how you are ensuring that if it is repaired, then also it is secure. So how to write a standard for these things. So because of that, it becomes very complex task to tackle, and that we are trying to do.
So anything on classification of device based on their capability, would that help?
Yeah, classification of devices, like what I will say for sector wise, suppose one power strip is there and that power strip has to be put into some basic uses, like you want to power your TV and all. Okay, so you can purchase based on your risk analysis, you can purchase level 0 device that this is powering only TV and I can use it. Okay, but if that same power strip is going to power some medical equipment, okay, maybe people will use as an extension or something. Okay, and if that device is going to get hacked, then what are the consequences? So for that, different type of levels are defined, like level 0, level 1, level 2. So if you are going for critical infrastructure or critical devices, then you have to go for higher level of security. But that comes with cost because a lot of hardware elements also change.
So two assumptions here, right? So first is the user has to be educated enough to see what level, right? So that's one challenge I see. The other one, as an OEM, right, I need to have multiple SKUs, right? So basic, advanced, and for critical applications. So it's going to be a nightmare. So is there any thought on that as well?
Yeah, actually most of the OEMs want to go for a basic level. Okay, for now, because that is the state of IoT device security, and even NIST is only highlighting baseline for IoT devices. Okay, but with time, people will go for higher level of security. OEMs are going to give it as a business case or value proposition that I am going to sell this device, this is more secure, but it will come higher level of certification.
Amit, can I just add something here? When we're talking about this aspect of levels, classification of devices based on their capability, fundamentally I wouldn't entirely agree that it's tenable from a security perspective, simply for the fact that device X has various use cases. Okay, so I can use, for example, let's say a smart television. I can use it in my house. I can use it in a public space.
Or a boardroom.
In a boardroom, or I can use it in a strategic defense organization as well. Now, therefore, the standards that we try to come up with, or the levels of grading that we come up with, should account for the application domain or the place where it is going to be deployed as well. That should be a metric of concern, of consideration, and not merely dividing it against the capability of the device, because you may have a low capability of device being used in a high risk environment, and that compromises that environment if you allow it a low grade of or a level of standardization. And what we've seen from all the standards that we've surveyed so far, application criticality is generally not the basis on which they attribute levels.
Right.
It is based on either the level of complexity of the testing, or of the requirement itself, or where you are trying to hit it. Is it on the network side, or it's on the firmware side, or it's on the hardware side? So the grades are based on that. So what we've been trying to do also is to kind of survey this aspect and come out with a grade and a scoring scheme, say a security star rating, which will tell you very clearly how good this device is in terms of its security functionality and what are the things that it's implementing and at what level it is implementing it. So rather than looking at something that's been defined in the open standard, in general, I think we'll have to have a very focused approach on kind of understanding that there are certain aspects of the IoT that have to be factored in, like where it's going to be used, what kind of implementation it's going to use. Capability also comes as part of it, and then come out with the level of certification or standardization. And also we have to remember that if we go out and give, let's say, 200 checklists of implementation to a vendor, I don't think he's going to follow 200 of it. And so it has to be pragmatic, it has to be practical. You cannot expect a vendor to go ahead implementing 200 checklists and forgetting the functionality of the device itself. So that also has to be taken into factor. It's a tough, it's a slippery slope, but I feel that going by what is there out there is, we should be cognizant of the fact that the industry has certain requirements and there are challenges in the IoT ecosystem itself, and we have to factor those aspects. You see how it has to be applied, what kind of application criticality, assign values to it, and then see how the grading can be done. So that's my take on this.
Yeah, I mean the 7 level makes sense. The challenge will be, the user has to be really educated enough to
yes
determine
that is part
what
of
level.
27400
That's where the
as
challenge is.
Yes,
Singapore has done it. People are educated. I mean, the consumer is educated.
Yeah,
organizations are educated.
In fact, Singapore has done it.
Yeah.
UK has come out with a draft set of standards. US also has this coming in place. And unless it is regulated in a way that there is consultation across various stakeholders, it's a very tough thing to implement and get in practice. I can develop a handbook on security evaluation, but if there is no regulation that tells people that they have to follow it, then why will they use it? So that becomes a challenge. So.
Okay, thanks. By the way, we have just 8 minutes left. So what I'll do is 2 minutes each, right? And let's diversify a little. So blockchains, right, Sam? That's what you worked on. So blockchains have been there for now quite a few years, right? Why don't we see that when we talk about IoT security? I mean, just to share my experience, right? 5 years back, I saw at least 5 startups in India itself who had a DLT-based IoT security solution. I don't see any of them anymore. So
yeah. So now, if you think that you want everything of the IoT to go onto the blockchain, I would kind of say
no, just the security, the device security aspect of the credential management, or
as such, blockchain does not provide you with a way to secure stuff, but it provides you a immutable database. So whatever transactions you store, you can create a trail of it. Right. There are beautiful use cases of the blockchain. For example, we've done device provisioning, we've done malware detection, to an extent even control. We've done configuration audit trails. We've done tracking of the firmware updates. And this is general stuff that any device, IoT device would require, including its decommissioning, commissioning to decommissioning in its cycle. But if I start trying to track all the data that is there on that blockchain, the infrastructure overhead itself will become too much for me. That's point number one. And probably the reason why we don't see blockchain as such kicking in a big way is because the infrastructure availability becomes a question. The amount of infrastructure that you need and the amount of time it takes for a blockchain token to be, a block to be created or a transaction to be stored. That is why I'm saying that you'll have to reduce the scope of what you're pushing onto the blockchain and understand that it provides you a trail, and you can kind of look at the data to understand what has happened at what point in time. So we've been trying to do this from the perspective of environments where there are multiple stakeholders operating on a certain common goal. Let's say a smart city. Let's say you want smart energy meters to be deployed, and so L&T or a company like that, a big company, comes and integrates various vendors. And in that kind of an ecosystem, the blockchain kind of fits well, because if something goes wrong on that ecosystem, they have a trail to look back to and say what's happening. And while I'm saying that, C-DAC Hyderabad is also part of the national blockchain framework, which will be rolled out as a platform service, as so that the infrastructure is available and various use cases can be developed on it. IoT can be one of those use cases apart from the many others that are being contemplated.
Sure. And the possibility of having a CLS infrastructure, right?
Yeah.
That's another big thing that probably, you know, the government agencies or the institutions need to look at.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Sure.
Okay, thanks. So, Kaushik, this is pertaining to the popular buzzword today, PQC, right? So tell us a little bit about, you know, how do you think the PQC will help in securing the IoT devices? In terms of timelines, because, you know, NIST has just shortlisted a few. There's a project running on M4, which is called PQ M4, right? So, are you working on those kind of aspects to see what algorithms would actually make sense on a M4?
Yeah, actually, I am not working on PQC, but again, I can relate it to again the same thing. Suppose you want to implement some kind of security algorithm, some imposition of some rules into IoT. That is not going to happen overnight. We have to do it in phases, and to start with, we can do it for mass deployments. So when we have a mass deployment like smart energy meter, take an example. So PQC implementation or any kind of like high level security implementation is not at all possible to do on a small device like energy meter, but it can be certainly be done at the HES level or MDMS level. So ultimately all the data goes through that, pass through that. So there we can have very secured HES system, MDMS system, data management system, where you can implement PQC or any other algorithms, so that will make sure that if at all it is compromised up to one level. It's modular once again. So now if you want to have any any countermeasure, that can be isolated only to that. So that kind of modular approach can be taken up, and again depending on different constraints, we can have different levels of certification and different kind of devices, and to make sure that this device is suitable for this network, we can have the security star kind of concept.
Okay, got it, right. Thank you. The last question for you, Sukumar. So how do you manage supply chain security in industrial IoT?
Yeah, I think the supply chain risk
like
is it's quite a very critical for any industry these days. So these days, as you nicely put it in your presentation, SBOM is the one thing. The software bill of material of the product is a mandatory. You should make it a kind of a mandatory these days. There are standardization has come up like Cyclone DX or SPDX or Suite. There are open standards have come up. How the format of SBOM should be, including the licensing information, manufacturing information, the versioning, and the software component name, so that it will be very clear for us, okay, what are the software ingredient goes into the product. Then we should be able to see, is there the vulnerability related to that product available. We can fetch that vulnerability data from NVD and see what is the vulnerabilities are there and whether the component is obsolete and all. This will get very good information on that. The second thing is, as of now, for hardware bill of material, as Mr. Sam said, so there's not much has come out yet. So the bill of material should also come out with standardization of the bill of material and the hardware. For example, recently a lot of wireless chips have got vulnerabilities, and they said, okay, we are publishing vulnerabilities, but we don't know what exactly which kind of processor chip they used, what is the version of the driver they used, which we didn't know that. It's very difficult to see whether my product, which is already in the field, whether it has the affected version of that hardware component in the product. For us, it's a very big challenge. So that's where I think we need to enforce the hardware vendors, the product vendors, to make it a mandatory, and also the standardization should speed up to cover both the hardware and the software bill of material, clearly specifying the fields. The Cyclone DX is very good, the OS initiation, which is already doing that, but still there are gaps in that. They are improving the version these days, but still there is catching up should be there. Then you should enforce that to the product vendors, and they should come up with, at least we'll get some good hold what ingredient goes in the product. And as a product developer, we know, okay, we should agree the fact that today any product, 60 to 70% software are open source component, or it is the commercial off the shelf, the protocol library stack. So this is a challenge we are facing. We need to know what the possible vulnerabilities and today's or previous or next future vulnerabilities which can come up in those components, so that we decide, okay, we need to, how frequently, immediately we need to patch and make. We cannot say today we are selling the product to the customer. We cannot say this is a foolproof product. any component can come up with a vulnerability within a 1 month after deploying into the selling to the customer. So the only question, how fast you are giving the patch to the customer to fix that this kind of. So for that we need to know the software components and vulnerabilities, how quickly we come up with the patch. So I think these are some challenges which the standardization has to come up and strongly start influencing, like organizations also influencing the product, making it a kind of compliance.
30 seconds response on vulnerability disclosure and handling.
Yes, the vulnerability disclosures, like I said, this is with the SBOM we are able to fetch that there's a dependency track, there's open source initiation from WASP, which helps us to fetch, once you have the software component list in your product, it is easy to get the present vulnerabilities in that product on the NVIDIA database, which every day, 24 hours they are updating it. So you are able to get that information and see, okay, which component we need to upgrade, be it OpenSSL or Linux operating system, and the protocol library stacks, and so many things are the off-the-shelf open source components. So that's where we are trying to see, and we can fix that vulnerability or upgrade the firmware and release the patch as soon as possible. But still, there are what we inbuilt the softwares, and this challenge, like the device drivers level, the hardware level, these vulnerabilities are not easy to get the updates. I think that will become a very challenge for a product developer vendor to offer that updates to this. But the device assurance, to some extent we can test during R&D stage, and okay, when we release the product. But after deployment, during the life cycle of the product, how to maintain that our software is foolproof, and if some vulnerability comes up, we should be able to give them an update patch as soon as possible before it's going to public. So that is something, challenge is there. And vendors also these days, we are voluntarily saying, okay, some products we have vulnerabilities, we quickly report to the CVE, the authorities, and create a CVE and see what mitigations available, and we publish that CVEs into. So this is something, CVEs which we have it, and we have some mitigations, the immediate mitigations or eventual patch. So this is something the product teams, the vendors have to voluntarily disclose this kind of vulnerability if it all comes up to the customers as soon as possible. I think this is something, to streamline, should be make it a mandate.
Correct. Thank you.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm glad you mentioned that, because there was a global survey done. IoT SF was involved as well. 79% of the organizations don't have a clear vulnerability management policy in place. 79%, that's a big number. Anyways, thanks. We are, I think it's a wrap on the session here. We can take one question, not one question before we move for lunch break. Anybody has any questions? Great, we have a question for Mighty.
I have a question to Mr. Sukumar. You talked about assessing the vulnerabilities and then delivering the patch for the devices. But as we see that the ABB equipments, they are connected in the live grid. You would send us patch and then it is deployed. Now, how do you validate that? That it will work properly in the live system? And if that causes a problem, then it will be a huge loss for the country as well. Correct. So, what is the validation process that you follow?
So usually, when we create a patch, the patch is at the firmware level or it is at the application level. So the complexity of the firmware, whether that patching really required a kind of restart of the device, so do the firmware update, then restart the device. So we have a dedicated channel, like the way we are communicating with the customers. These days we are maintaining the customer database and see, okay, this is something, the vulnerability is there in our product. We fix the patch. This is a patch available, firmware over the air or the directly we sending it to our account, something like that. But there are challenges, as I agree. How this patch will affect the existing configuration parameter in the device, which is that the product is already deploying and monitoring the transform, set specific configuration, site configuration, whether that configuration will get affected or not. So how to bring back that configuration. And then the live system, is there any, this patch will have to require the device reboot, which may impact on the operation. It has to, the particular system must be isolated. This is some standard guidelines, the suggestions, something which we usually communicate in our the vulnerability disclosure documentation. So, but as of now, there is no uniform standard. There are VEX kind of some formats are coming up. There, what is the process and all, but still we have our own mechanism. But definitely there is some kind of a standardization definitely that is something which we need to look into. What is the response of industry? Do they agree for this? Yeah, I think this is a part of parcel of these days. Every device come up with the vulnerabilities. I think we cannot guarantee cybersecurity of our products are safe today. Even Windows every 24 hours by force is deploying the patches. At least we cannot do that force deployment like watch or mobile. You have to restart now. No, we can't do that because the systems are live. They are into critical infrastructure. They're monitoring the substation, nuclear power station and all. We cannot say, no, you need to update. We cannot say that. Okay, it's very important. But at the same, we cannot give the safe process how you can update this firmware safely without affecting the existing operation in the critical infrastructure. There's some challenges, but we are very careful on that as a responsible organization. Yes. 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 Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. We can take more questions during the lunch break. I'm sure many of you having some more questions and more doubts. So our speakers and panel members are here for lunch. So during that time, maybe we can take the questions. Thank you very much, all the panel members. So I may please request Mr. Vijendra Kumar, Scientist METI, to hand over memento to Shri Amit Rao. I request Shri Amit Rao sir to give memento to Mr. Sam Santosh Koshi, C-DAC Hyderabad. Mr. Vishal Kumar Jaiswal, ETDC Bangalore. Mr. Sukumara T, ABB Bangalore. Mr. Kaushik Nanda, C-DAC Bangalore. Thank you very much for your enthusiastic support and attentive your full attention towards this session. Now I'm sure all of us are hungry and we are looking forward for the break. So lunch is arranged in the same area where tea was arranged. I request all of you to please proceed for lunch, and I request all of you to please assemble back at 2:45 so that we can start the next session on time. Thank you very much again.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you all had a nice lunch. Now it's time to fill our ears with more insights. We are moving ahead with 2 more panel discussions in the afternoon session. So the first panel discussion is on IoT network security and its roadmap. I request the moderators and the panelists to come on stage. Mr. Aravind Tiwari, multidisciplinary, futurist Greenpill Bangalore. Dr. A. Pavinthan, ERNet Chennai. Professor Vinod Veera Reddy, IIIT Bangalore. Mr. Anish. Is there? Mr. Anish Kumar, C-DAC Trivandrum, Dr. Natarajan Venkatachalam, SETS Chennai. Dr. Prabhakar Krishnan, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. I request the moderator to take over the session. Thank you.
I'll use this. Yeah, okay, this is large enough. Welcome back after lunch. And in case you're sleepy, we will try to make it dramatic so that you wake up. Now, before I hand over, we have heard about device security, and one of the most interesting things is the software bill of materials and the hardware bill of materials. Hardware is more physical, but that doesn't exist. The software bill of material exists, so those problems are there. We are focusing on the network IoT. And one of the issues is, what is a network? And I will leave you to imagine, and as we discuss, it will become clear where the network is. We will start with someone who was supposed to be in the previous panel on the devices, whom I have requested to reposition to a network, Dr. Natarajan, Dr. Prabhakar. Sorry, I have here Dr. Prabhakar Krishnan.
Good afternoon, namaste. Anyway, I also want all of you to reorient also. So, Arvindji asked me to talk about, set the context for this session. As we know, Internet of Things is nothing without a network, right? So, we have seen the proliferation of IoT devices in all walks of life. So evolution of technologies, networking technologies, ranging from 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, and all that. And worldwide, GSMA and European organization, other organization are projecting that about 60% of the mobile subscriptions going forward in around 2025 will be 60% of the subscriptions will be IoT devices. So cellular IoT is important going forward. In addition to the other access networks we have right now with the wired network, Ethernet network, or the over-the-air network, whatever Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and all that. So we have to consider the modern networks right now. So when we talk about network, how can you secure the network that is connecting the IoT devices to the applications that are in the cloud? So we are seeing a lot of intelligence has been done on the at the edge, extreme edge rather, not just edge, extreme edge. So when we have the data that is generated at the end, at the extreme edge, IoT devices, so these devices together form a cluster, and then they cooperatively work together for an application or in a control. So it's not always possible to transmit the data. For example, the wearables, your health things and all that, it's not possible to transmit, and doesn't make sense also. For example, if you're monitoring the TV, whatever the video surveillance, you don't want to transmit all the entire image stream across the network. So you create digest, you mark some interesting points there and then try to make some inferences right there, and also probably transmit only the digest to the cloud network. So these are all some intelligent networks that are there, and then there are some very simple mundane networks, that are industry. So how do we secure the network? From the network point of view, idea is to, everybody is trying to protect the IoT system. So morning we talked about how can we employ some policies, compliance measures and security certification to certify each devices, manufacturing of devices from the supply chain, or even application we talked about. So how can we right now prevent any attacks, detect any attacks, as we also see that it's not economically feasible to enforce security at the device level, because the proliferation of devices manufacturing, it is impossible to it's as big as a population of India. I mean, talking about Western countries, we are talking about at least 32 devices we heard in the morning, right? So it's going to be very soon. So it's not possible to enforce security and protection or trust model at the device level. So we have to do something in the network. How do we do that? Only way, as traditional method is to monitor. So there are some protocol level monitoring. So every protocol we talk about MQTT, whatever, whatever protocol, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, all that we have something, and then we have transport layer security in TCP, and many a socket, SSL is there. So there are many other methods we can do that, and we can have authentication, lightweight and encryption standards are there for the IoT protocols. All this possible. So, but on top of that, how can we do, advanced security, because the kind of attackers are getting sophisticated, right? So the main premise of this network security is going to be about cognitive security. So we have to understand the cognition of the particular application network. So network behavior analytics comes into play right now. So network behavior as such sounds like, how to understand the behavior. So there are some standard protocols that are in play right now. It utilized in other probably other market, so which we can try to employ. It requires participation of the device manufacturers and the integrators, system integrators, and also the applications there. So they deploy policy how a particular cluster of devices should behave in a network. So we can have one data point there. And then traditionally we have seen devices today using a DNS, just like in the morning we talked about how the web security is being employed, using some DNSSEC and make sure that authorized devices are there and not rogue devices are there, and there's no spoofing, there's no all that stuff. So we talk about, in that creating registry of the devices. We continuously monitor traffic, and if any traffic, normal anomaly detection is very common, classical and advanced. So how can we employ these protocols, these standards to do behavior analysis in the network is probably will set the context for this session. How can we programmatically, dynamically automate this behavior analysis and then take remediation actions is important today. So there are some protocols from the cellular IoT world. They say that eSIM is going to be the future. Going forward, everything is going to be eSIM, and then everything is going to be extreme intelligent edge, extreme edge. So every device is going to be having some kind of inference capabilities there. So how do we do that? We heard about advanced microcontroller, sub milliwatt. It should require less than a milliwatt to do any operation. That is how it is going to be in the future. So how can we implement such mechanisms, encryption mechanism, lightweight encryption mechanisms like ASCON fiber, ASCON cipher, and you should also be quantum resistance. We talk about quantum today because most of the things not quantum today. We are not worried about quantum computer today because no cryptographically relevant quantum computers exist today. What they are worried about, store now and then decrypt later. Whole world is looking at it. So doesn't matter, the data you are storing should never be possible to decrypt regardless of the computing power you have. So we have to employ, for example, that's where the PQC comes into play, post-quantum, but it's very complicated. So I just take 30 seconds, sir. So how can we make the extreme edge every device important, critical infrastructure, wherever we deploy IoT in the critical infrastructure, how can we make the IoT device, not about, somebody talked about gateway. We cannot afford to take risk in the gateway level. So every device should also be intelligent, right? What if a camera right now is, creating somebody hacked into some critical space, critical perimeter, critical security perimeter, how cameras are hacked. So camera should be intelligent to say that it is, whatever feeds we get from the camera, we should detect that it is wrong. So we have to make sure that edge devices should participate in the network security, participate in that. So give enough clues to that, and then there should be some good wire protocol, otherwise we'll not know. And it should be real time also. We are talking about ultra low latency networks, so we can't afford to wait for that and give that. So we are talking about early warning systems, not just proactive, not just reactive, should be proactive. So what I want to conclude is that going forward, the networks should be cognitive networks, should be, everything should be should have this some kind of AI in it. So sorry to use the word AI. I didn't want to use the word AI because no other choice, because we are going to be training the network devices. Network routers will start, Cisco's and many other top enterprise class routers, they already do what I'm speaking today in the traditional networks. But in the IoT network should start doing it, and then it requires the ecosystem, all the application guys, integrators, the end users, the manufacturers should participate in setting the profile. I just give one example and leave it. For example, if you want to understand the behavior of this, suppose this is a smart room. So lights are there, it is dark, the time is like 2 p.m. or 2:30 p.m. We have so many people here, and then there's no fire here. So I put all the parameters here. So there are some sensors here thrown here to detect the light, to sense the number of people, all that. And then if there's a fire, put water. If it is no fire, then it's okay, I like that. So what if some of the sensors misbehave? So I should have a way, sitting there automated, I should be able to say, in a control room, control center for this particular CNC for this particular room, that these are, what now is time is 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, whatever, something is daylight is there, why do you have the light there? And then when the switch for a particular thing should not be on for a wrong device. For example, light switch should not operate the fan switch should not operate the fan, like that. And there should not be there should not be flooded because there's no fire there. So I have to program the entire thing, entire room, network without any support from the device, not that much. How do we do that? So that is going to be the challenge for the network security. With whatever information, intelligence you gather in the network, what you see, you should be able to respond to that. So I'll set the context, and then I think my colleagues will take care.
I have one problem. You did not introduce yourself.
I am Professor Prabhakar Krishnan. I have about 30 years of experience in the computer science, practicing computer science. I started with C-DAC, 1993-95. I was one of the early scientists building the networking and communication infrastructure in the Param series supercomputers. And now after 25 years, I'm back in a sabbatical from Amrita University. So I'm consulting for C-DAC in certain projects, and we are Amrita University as such. We have a great contribution to the nation in cybersecurity. Some of the research projects translate into products there. So we believe in translation research. Many of the SOCs sent something that AS was telling in the morning. For example, the DNS, DNS early warning system, so website. So we all contributed to that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all of you. I'm Anish Kumar. I'm from C-DAC Trivandrum. I'm working in the cybersecurity group of C-DAC Trivandrum. Today I'm representing the network IoT vertical that is part of the roadmap, and there are so many organizations that we are collaborating on that. And regarding my experience, I have around 18 years of experience specifically on the network orchestration, automation and management. And recently we are into 5G network, And specifically on the SDN side, software-defined networking and automation side, I have contributed a lot because my entire career was focusing on specifically on the network management and orchestration. And regarding the certification, I'm a CIS, ISC square CIS certification is there. I'm also certification from C-DAC, that is a defensible security architecture certificate. Regarding the implementation of, specifically I am focusing from the security implementation for IoT. I hope I'm audible. Yes, yeah. Security implementation specifically for the IoT devices, where we are trying to implement the SDN concept. Specifically for Prabhakar sir was specifically mentioning about 2-3 points. One is cognitiveness, and the second is proactiveness, and the third is programmability. How we are going to achieve that? I think all these three aspects are very important, maybe considering the current challenges of IoT security. Then to implement that only, we were suggesting, as part of the proposal, we are suggesting the solution as SDN, that is software-defined networking, where what concept we are introducing is the centralized orchestrator. That's the major concept. And the centralized orchestrator can learn, and it can also collect information from so many other entities, whether it's a security analytics solution or traffic analytics solution, or it can be a policy manager solution, or it can be or it can be some mud profile. Earlier we were talking about the mud profile analysis that can also be done. But there are so many entities, and their data analytics is there, AI/ML based solutions are there. How we can make use of all the results that are coming from different components, that is part of the security. That's a major challenge. Then once it is there, how we can, once the information that is coming from the different components is there, how we can make into an actionable decision, or how we can make it to implement into the last mile devices. That's another challenge. Then as part of that, what we suggested is we will make it the entire network. For example, the network means the chair initially introduced that question, what's the network? Because there are different dimensions. Dimensions are there. Maybe it can act from the layer 1 maybe up to layer 7. There are different aspects, different concerns are there at every level. But we were specifically trying to focus on the layer 2 and layer 3 because application is separately considering as a different vertical. Layer 2 and layer 3 we are trying to focus, in which from the network perspective we can learn a lot from the metadata, because we are not looking into the actual data that is from the layer 4 onwards, but we can learn a lot up to the metadata level. And for which what we can do, the AI/ML can be introduced at one level. Maybe the mud profile from the device side, maybe the mud profile and the mud analysis we can integrate into one level. And there's a policy set, because from all these learnings, maybe what we can create is a policy. That is where the implementation of our autonomy starts. Because currently the TM forum, what they are trying to introduce is the autonomy that is up to level 5. Level 5, there is no human intervention is there. There's a complete automation. There's a automation is implemented without any human intervention. That is applicable. It should be applicable for the IoT security also. But as part of our proposal, what we are trying to do is, we are trying to orchestrate these different components that is currently playing a crucial role in the network security. It can be the IoT network, or it can be in the 5G, because the NB IoT and maybe currently for the 5G, the NB IoT enhancement is already there. Maybe we can make use of those different profiles to make it that network orchestratable and programmable, because one of the advantage of SDN is the programmability. Then the whatever, maybe currently I am introducing a log analytics server, because to orchestrate, maybe to instrument that log analytics server, I may need to configure different end devices so that log has to be forwarded to a single log server. Or maybe I am introducing a packet analysis, maybe network packet analysis system, in which maybe I have to configure different routers and switches so that packet has to be forwarded to a single system, single IP address where the packet analysis happens. Then once it is done, all this information has to be sent to a centralized orchestrator to make the policy decisions, and that policy decision has to be sent back to the devices to make action. Then how it is possible? Because currently all the network devices are coming with SDN enablement, so that the last mile devices are in any way they are supporting the programmability.
then what is actually lacking is the standard for the interoperability for the security devices, because they can't talk each other, because that interface is not there. Because currently the solution what is available is completely proprietary, that is not standardized. Because if we wanted to completely orchestrate the entire security, we should go for a single vendor solution. Because if you go for single vendor solution also, because it doesn't cover all the arena of the security, then that's again a major challenge. But we are trying to introduce a solution to this. One thing, one solution we are introducing is the virtualization of the network, where maybe, for example, currently a new log analytics server is coming to a network. Maybe it is communicating with my orchestrator, because this is my profile. I am a log analytics server. I can understand this much of protocols. Maybe I can analyze these kinds of logs. Then the orchestrator will understand, yeah, there is one log server. Then I will assign a IP address to the log server. Yeah, this is your IP address. You can operate in that IP address. You don't bother about how the logs will be reaching you, because I will take care of that. The central orchestrator will take care of that. That is the first phase of the programmability, because the log server is talking to the orchestrator with my capability, and this is my capability. I want these kinds of input to do my analytics. Then immediately what I'm doing is I have already configured this all the devices, the endpoint devices, with a virtual IP address, because that specific IP address is specifically for collecting logs. They can send to that IP address. They don't worry about to which log management system this particular logs are going to land. Because today, maybe I can operate 2 log management systems, maybe 2 traffic analysis system. The end device doesn't want to worry about that, because I am orchestrating that. Maybe I can replicate those packets into 2 different traffic analysis systems, because for which we need the programmability. Because as part of the centralized orchestrator, we are doing that programmability, because each component that is introduced into the network, whether it's an IoT device or a security solution, they can talk each other and they can learn from each other, because we are creating that programmable infrastructure out of which everybody is trying to learn, and everybody is ready to implement some part of that security. In which maybe we are wondering how the zero trust architecture will come. And Punkurli ma'am is there. Actually, she is specifically responsible for the zero trust implementation, because zero trust implementation, she is also made to talk to our centralized orchestrator for the policy, because we are introducing the policies, and those policies also dynamic. That dynamic policy we are actually pulling from all these different components. We will make the policy and we will send back to the zero trust implementer. They will implement the zero trust implement. That is also again dynamic. That's a major thing we are putting it as part of this proposal. That is, one is the virtualization aspects of network security, where everything is virtualized. Maybe one advantage there we can achieve is the segmentation. That is one of the important point of zero trust. The segmentation that we can do it dynamically, because one another issue with the network security is the lateral communication. Because here now we can completely control that lateral communication, because whenever a particular communication enters into the network, now I am creating that path, virtual path. I am defining the particular device, which are the other devices this particular device can communicate. Because in the morning, Sudarshan sir was telling that IoT is a baby that embedded system. Normally, when in our homes, we don't allow the strangers to talk with our babies, because always it happens with the mediation of an elder one. That kind of that mediation we are providing as part of the orchestrator, because we don't allow any strange communication to happen with a particular device, because we know the profile of that particular device, because we are confining that traffic patterns within the network. We will make it programmable so that all the network components can talk each other, and so that they can come up with a synergic environment for the total security of the system. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So before I hand over to the next two, just let me rephrase what has been talked about. So there is a notion of a network, and there are different layers. And we had the concept of identity and behavior, which is part of the zero trust that you need to do this. And what we had is a concept of, which is very popular, forget the hardware side. If you have done machine learning, if you have done big data, if you do AI, It's very common to package your code in containers, Kubernetes, etc., so that it can be deployed in any device, on a Linux machine or a Windows machine. Your code addresses the file system, but it is actually implemented on the hardware in a different way. So it's a hypervisor sort of a thing. So the concept here is that to introduce a hypervisor layer on the IoT devices. So your code operates on virtual IP addresses, virtual files, virtual logs, which are managed by a different level, the orchestrator, and can be distributed all over. The advantage of this is that thousands of people who are manufacturing devices, containers, don't have to worry too much about the underlying implementation. It standardizes and simplifies the centralized hypervisor, which has to be then managed, secured, and done better. A system integrator or someone has a much better job at this layer rather than the thousands of devices that are coming. So that's the basic idea, if I summarized what you said. I would like to now pass you on a component which Anand Rao talked about, mud, which is one of my favorite things, if we can.
Okay, so good evening one and all. So my name is Nadarajan. I'm working as a scientist at Society for Electronic Transaction and Security, which is under the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India. So I work majority on the applied cryptographic level, do an R&D of how the device would be, what are the security in the various level. So where I come up in the zero trust itself, I come across the concept called honest manufacturer, but he is curious. So there are many meaning for security. So this is the one kind of a meaning where the manufacturer or the service provider, whatever you use any service, they are honest. So they do whatever intended they do, but they're curious. So they're curious in terms of what the behavior is or what the data it's been processed. So that's a kind of a scenario where one can, how can we handle it, this situation. So for a simple example, it comes under the root of trust, where we talk about the various level of trust. It starts from the hardware and the firmware and the application level and the network level. So the root of trust how been built to the IoT security is question now. I'll tell you what. So when you test the system or a device, so that at the time of your testing, it passes all the tests. What is the guarantee that it passes all the tests in the next 1 year or next 5 years? These are small devices. I cannot fix a cycle or a time, then I can bring in and to test. So that this also comes under the concept of zero trust, where when I say how far I can trust, is it the temporary test? So there is a huge difference between the key and OTP, right? So OTP has a lifetime. It is in the a second. But key has a life. It is 6 months you can recycle, or 1 year you can recycle, or 5 years you can recycle. But if you look at typically all these IoT devices, now this cryptographic aspect or the security aspect is lighter sense, because all the manufacturer embed the key in these devices. So that still that problem is not yet solved, and people say, how can I trust the manufacturer? He knows all the keys, what are the device, so he can easily connect to a network and then decrypt whatever I can do that. So how can give a more ownership to a user, where user can take care of these security controls, not all controls, but he also user itself as a layman, but level of security. And how can we attest whether, say, when I say the device is working, when I procure the device, it's perfect, it undergone all tests. What is the guarantee that it goes after 1 year? For example, simple things. All the network layer protocols, we need a timing, right? It is a timing. So whatever the protocol, you take a time of the particular device, because that embeds in the as one of the parameter. So what is the guarantee that the timer in this particular IoT works in the same frequency after 1 year? Or is there any intentional behavior where one can change this behavior of the device? So these are the questions, still it is not addressed. So that's where but there are people define zero trust and this in different senses. But this is another view. How can a user or layman can get attested that these IoTs or these sensor or the devices can get proper security testing? So that the concept is called a remote attestation, where one can network layer level, you can just raise a query about a particular device or entity, you can get attested by some trust center. People are working on it, and that's the reason somebody raised about the blockchain also. When you have a control or connectivity and the devices are already registered and get a proper security certificate, where one can raise a question after 1 year, can I check whether my device is properly doing what it intended to. So my, say for example, another reason is in the key generation, right? The key generation part, it takes a random seed from the device. So because of the cost constraint, other constraints, wherein there are many solutions, but still these are miniaturized processor, resource constraint. You cannot run a key gen algorithm in that. So in that case, people use a seed. So that seed, what if it compromises? So these are the practical questions one can think, and wherein when we go for a zero trust, so these are the constraints maybe I can follow the discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I represent Education and Research Network. We are part of the Ministry of Electronics and IT. I started my career with NIC, then later with C-DAC Bangalore. Currently, I am heading the R&D activity within EarNet. So we are not a security-focused organization, to tell you. We are focused on networking. Security becomes an afterthought, as you all know, right? So we have started implementing many IoT projects, leveraging 6LoWPAN protocols and LoRa use cases like agriculture, water quality monitoring, and so forth. But as many of the speakers have pointed out, security is paramount, and it's the right time that C-DAC has come out with this document. So we are also partner in some of the activities in the security domain with the sets, C-DAC, and so forth. So the idea is that the standards landscape is really vast. So it's difficult to implement or follow everything. But on the network side, as we all know, that IETF is the one entity or forum where you will find most of the DTLS or 6LoWPAN focused security or anything on end-to-end encryption in transit or in storage, trusted execution environment provisioning or firmware update real time, all that is getting standardized. So apart from that, I would like to convey my focus on the message from the NIST standard, where they talk of device at all layers, especially on the physical layer at the time of manufacturing. How is the birth time credentials are stored in the device, so that the trust starts from the time you connect. And then after the device gets handed over to the, let's say, a customer, so whether the ownership transfers, the security ownership also transfers to the customer. Today we get the Wi-Fi hotspot from some vendor. Many of them don't keep the credentials, login credentials with themselves, even the home Wi-Fi AP, right? So even the a person who visit for configuration maintains the login password. So this is the kind of environment we live in. So essentially, the moment the device gets handed over to the customer, the ownership of the security should also be entrusted with the customer. This is one aspect where from the time it gets provisioned, the ownership and the security credential should be moved. And also how the device connects to the network and the network accommodates the device. Both sides should be mutually, authentication should be mutual. It cannot be one-sided. So the malicious device connecting to the network can affect the entire network, or the network accommodating a wrong device, or the network, I can create a hotspot and try to accommodate a device and infect the device. So both the authentication at the network layer, trusted onboarding of the network layer devices is important, and also the application layer onboarding. Like, can the device application connect to, let's say, a remote application server with trusted credentials? This is where I am saying the security has to be at the all layers. It cannot be network, or it cannot be at the device. It has to be at, for example, application layer. So when I run, let's say take an example of smart metering. So when the smart meter sends data to the meter data management system, so one is the MDMS authenticating the device for data collection, and similarly the device sending securely to the MDMS system. So the device connecting to the network is one aspect, and other is the application layer, whether the device is sending to the right application or the remote end to end. So the application layer is always end to end, whereas the network can be at the link level, or it can be on the subnet, or it can be at the WAN. So these are the things that one has to be aware of as a end user, and also as a developer, we should be looking at security on all aspects when it comes to networking, because it is not about your subnet, or so are we addressing all those things. And then the other aspect that we all should be aware of, the life cycle of the device. So whether my firmware gets update periodically, it may be a challenging task. How do I update over the air, and because they are low powered, the data bandwidth is less. So how do we ensure that the life cycle of the device is maintained from the time it's connected to until the time it's, I think ABB speaker also brought about the sensitiveness or the criticality of the devices update when it is live on the network. You cannot bring down a device when it is connected. So probably a meter is a simple example. So transmission network or a distribution network, you can't bring down a device. So these are some of the challenges. Can we build some redundancy into the network? So these are aspects as we progress into the use cases, or some are use case specific. So these are the 4 things I want to mention. One is the manufacturer time provisioning of the credential, network layer provisioning, application layer, and also the life cycle of the device in terms of the firmware update. With this initial introduction, we'll just pass on to the chair.
All right. So we had two versions. One is that you can't really start trust until the root is trusted, which is the device, and especially over time, has it updated itself, is it this thing, and the life cycle management, which is also something discussed. But the other issue, which was that managing thousands and millions of devices is not easy, and can we simplify and abstract a layer up, which is a network, a virtual orchestrator, etc. Somewhere in this debate, we have forgotten that there is an economic actor who can do this better. There's a user and there's a manufacturer. Now the user cannot be troubled to understand all of this all the time. I mean, I am cybersecurity guy, but I am not going to troubleshoot the 30 devices in my house, router, this. Of course, change the router password, make sure it's switched off late at night when hackers try to do, all that is fine. But we are trying to place too much obligation on an actor who has neither the capacity nor the ability to do all this. And the manufacturer cannot, because he doesn't know where the device is used, etc. So have we forgotten the notion of a managed security provider? If I'm an enterprise and if I contract to BT to take care of the device, I had a customer when I was running a business, an insurance company in Switzerland. They wanted to whitelist every router in the internet traffic. They were not willing to let a router, the border control protocol and others, to touch a list of routers that had not been whitelisted by them. That's the level of military grade security. So the managed service provider can be Jio or Airtel if I am a consumer. It can be someone else for a railways, etc. In our discussion, we are ignoring the economics and capacity will not be with the user and will not be the manufacturer. There has to be the notion of a managed service provider who has to get some money and who has to manage a lot of this. But coming with that observation, I will come back to this issue. When we are talking about zero trust protocol, we are talking about virtualization, we are talking about this. The incident monitoring and the decision making probably will be voluminous if you connect a SCADA device to the IP with a static based trust, etc. Can it be helpful? That's a question I would like to ask.
I just wanted to expand on the participation of the manufacturers. I think you mentioned about MUD. So I did some research on MUD, and then that is called manufacturer user description. So in the it all starts from, just like Pavinder sir told about, it starts with the birth of the device. So when the manufacturer has manufactured according to the MUD specification, which is standardized by IETF, RFC 8520, just now I checked. So it has really helped it. So what it means that when a device is manufactured, they give a specification in the just like any other boot area, right? Any disk, any firmware, whatever, a signature of any device. Any device will have some signatures. Similarly, IETF 8520 mandates the manufacturer to specify the profile for a particular device. And then it could be anything. It could be anything, just like Sri Aravind told that it could be anywhere in the planet. So what this mandates is, whenever this particular device is installed in any part of the planet, it has to go out and then try to contact the server, just like DNS lookup, right? Nothing is possible, no website is possible to access without a proper DNS resolution. Similarly, this mandates the manufacturers, they host that particular server live. When the bootstrap in the protocol bootstrap process, when any device, it goes out to that particular manufacturer server, or it can be co-hosted and defined by the end user also, wherever it is. When the device comes up, it has to go out. So using that, we'll be able to see the profile of a particular device, what this particular device is supposed to do. And this can be tuned, this can be learned also over the period of time. Based on the end user requirements, based on the security posture you have in the particular installation, you can change. So this particular, that is why I'm talking about how can we take decisions, defensive decisions or decisions based on the data on the wire. So that is what a network security, right, with nothing. So this particular protocol helps, MUD helps to automate that. And any violation of this protocol, any violation of this profile, sorry to say protocol, there is no protocol, it's only a profile. So the guy who is orchestrating the security in the particular installation deployment will have the archive of all these profiles, every device, including the manufacturer, including the time of that, and the expiry of the keys, all that. That is one. And then for the Natarajan, when you talked about the root of trust, that is where the IoT Safe protocol, called IoT Safe protocol, originated from JSMA. So they made the entire device, every device, to be participative live. So only way to ensure that the keys are fresh, keys are generated, have control by the end user, is to create this thing, just like TLS connection. When you create a TLS connection, a transport layer security connection, obviously the key is generated live somewhere, and then it is not stale, it is not manufacturer done. So they mandated, as part of the IoT Safe protocol, they created a crypto enclave, safe enclave in a particular device. So they are mandated to give space, reserve certain space to store this particular keys, root keys, and after that they have to generate the keys, refresh the keys. So I see that, at least from networking point of view, blindly, Arvind, if you have to do that, it requires participation when you're live, when you have to do the whatever on the fly. I have to make decisions about whether it is right or wrong, whether it's an anomaly or just a false alarm or anything, aberrations in the noise, could be noise also. When I make decision, I need to be empowered. So this particular cycle, whole feedback loop goes over. That's where I talked about cognition. Oops. I made. So that's where the cognition comes into play. We have to build a continuous cognition. In that it has to be augmented as we go along. Manufacturing is one thing I told, and then the other policy, just like I think Anish talked about the policies there. So combination of all that, otherwise network is dumb. So those days when Sun Microsystems started this this business of network is what is a network is a computer, right? The slogan. So afterward, of course, it died. So Cisco went out and created their own router, right? Otherwise it's Sun boxes used to be the router back then in IP forwarding thing. So Cisco went out and created that. So everything, most of the devices are dumb unless otherwise we do that. Most of the IoT gateways today, switches, hubs, all are dumb today. So only way to do this is to add more cognition to that, more more intelligence to that. Again, I'm sorry to say, use the word AI. So there's the hype now. So it's
I don't think you should say sorry. It is probably necessary criteria. I will come back to it.
Yeah, okay. So that's, I think, I don't know. MUD is one thing which I wanted to talk in the device security side also. But the thing is, device security, if you put something, stick in some security aspect to the device, it should be utilized live, not just when you open the device, okay, you have the OTP, you have everything, seal is not broken. They will say, right, if the seal is broken, return the box. It is not that. So in the live, somewhere something should be there. So it should be driven by protocols. Thank you.
Okay. You want to add something?
Thank you, Chair, for that question. There are two aspects are there. One is on the economics, that business aspect is there. And second is how we are going to this, once the vulnerability is identified, how we can automate that. I think these two aspects are actually covered in the proposal. One is what's the business? Because now actually, because with the introduction of 5G and beyond networks, but our access network is going to completely replaced by either 5G or 6G kind of wireless network in the future, in which the security orchestration and automation, where this service provider, either the service provider, maybe the Airtel or Jio, they can come up with the orchestration platform. Otherwise, the 5G itself is opening for the application functions. Maybe the application functions can be from any third-party agencies that can be deployed as part of the mobile edge computing. That means that is the entry point for our IoT also. Because then any third party can come up with the application functions, they can do a business for providing that security as a service. That's the answer to the first question. The orchestration platform, they can take it and they can use it as a platform for providing the security as a service. The second aspect is once the vulnerability is identified, then the first question, how we are going to identify the vulnerability. Initially, we introduced as part of the platform the different components. We are orchestrating the different components in which so many analytics are happening, whether it's in the packet level analytics or the behavior level analytics, or or it can be the whatever events that are coming from the networks also. The log analytics can also be make a part of that. Once that vulnerability is identified, there are components, because just like the SIM, there are different components are there. Once it is identified, it is fed into another system. That's again supporting that programmability. What we are going to implement is the autonomy. That's the level we are trying to achieve. Maybe in the roadmap, it is specifically mentioned that we are trying to achieve the level 5 autonomy. That means it should support the self-job feature, self-configuration is there, self-optimization is there, self-correction is there, because that there completes that the complete automation cycle. The self-corrective mechanisms, the system, the network itself will initiate that corrective mechanism. That's the answer to the question. Thank you, Chair.
So I must say this is a very ambitious goal, and while here we have not used the word AI, there is a huge deal of intelligence required, because the volume of events will be large. Detecting anomalies, red, green, yellow, those which look fine, let them go. Those which are clearly malicious, stop. Don't even ask for anyone human to do. You first stop. Because the guy needs to, he will try again. He will escalate to some head office or someone. And the yellows need some human thing, and over time the machine has to learn to make these distinctions well. So once we have the MUID and assurance that the device is updated, the software, hardware, bill of materials is up to date. Once we have the life cycle management in place, managed by a system integrator or a network provider, because end users cannot do this much amount of work. It's unreasonable expectation, and then the virtualization, etc. is in place. The economics may kick in. So that's the goal we are painting. We are in stages of getting in there, but we have a plan. He hasn't mentioned in how many years, decades, or when it will happen, but that's the ambition. We have some time, so if there's any questions, we could take that. Yeah, sure.
regarding the economics of the West security, so I have a perspective. So let's say you are traveling by air. So can I say business class passenger get more secure than the economic class passenger, since they pay for more? But we have the compromise in terms of your mobile phones, other things. Say, let's say Apple has a security, because I think these securities, this is something created a myth. It starts from Apple, where Apple is more secure than other phones are not secure. Right? It's kind of a myth. But most of the things I would ask the vendors what they do. So how many of them built their own crypto, other security libraries? It's all just download, and then you made, they'll say hardened, and then but they get paid for more. Say, for example, I have let's say a Fitbit, which is less secure, it's 1,000 rupees, more secure is 5,000. Since a layman needs to be little educated because he started already using technology, he needs to understand the economics behind it, and also need to be questioned. This security is a data security is also is equally important to the physical security. He nowhere compromise because of the cost, other things. Right? So one should use affordable security. It should be affordable for common, and should be reasonable for to use in all device, whether it is a chota IoT device or it's a bigger server. It has a connectivity, because IoT is what? It is all connected component. We don't know where it is connected, which one. Maybe your health data may connected to your finance may connected to, say, simple sensor, as in the morning first the professor was explaining, right? A simple sensor which are sitting in the field may affect your main server, power server, due to the minor vulnerability, right? You cannot simply ignore which is a small device or IoT device where I can compromise that. And also a bigger thing is, what is security all about? It's a piece of software code, right? You get a software sophistication into AI, you have a fancy UI you can develop in your IoT. Why can't we, this security is also about it is a piece of software, either it is a crypto algorithm or a key generator. Still we are thinking, why should we add, then I can add a more value added product. So this should be affordable. We cannot ignore, it is not to be it should be a necessary and sufficient condition where one should have affordable security in all level of devices.
Just Arvind, 1 second. Just security cannot be. It could be by design. That's why. That's the reason Apple costs more. Security by design.
I suggest that we leave this, because economics will decide what is mandatory. Laws can say whatever they want, but if the economic doesn't work, you know that the real world doesn't do. So we have to be pragmatic about economics, whether we like it or not. But let's not discuss that. Any other questions? We are being let go easy. No questions. No, I think this is the problem, because discussing in abstract doesn't produce. See, a given use case, a given actual concrete installation, an air conditioner not working in a nuclear plant is a major problem, or a water pump not working in a aircraft carrier at sea is a major problem. A water pump not working in my sanitation plant in the apartment is not a major problem. So I think a lot of times we discuss and debate without having the context. And I think in the first panel there was a person. The context of use decides both the economics and the level of security and the level of escalation that you want to do. Unfortunately, most standards miss this, and that's where the problem starts. Gold-plated standards will not work. The economics doesn't work. To take a simple example, pension. Gold-plated pensions are uneconomic, and people opt out of such pensions. Organizations go bankrupt trying to give sub pensions. So we need to be pragmatic about the context and the economics of what we want. So is that clear enough? Yeah. Anyone else? Otherwise, all right. I think we are done then. Thanks. Just 1 minute. Does anyone want to add anything? We're done? We're fine? Okay, thanks.
felicitating Mr. Aravind Tiwari. I request Mr. Aravind Tiwari to hand over the memento to the other panelist, Dr. Pavinthan ERNet Chennai. Mr. Anish Kumar, C-DAC Trivandrum. Dr. Prabhakar Krishnan. Dr. Prabhakar Krishnan, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Dr. Natarajan Venkatachalam, SETS Chennai. Thank you for a very insightful session on network security. Now we will move ahead with our next panel session, panel on industry perspective on IoT security roadmap. I request the moderator, Dr. Prashant Mishra, TCS Bangalore, to come over to the stage, and Dr. Seshadri Srinivasan, TVS Sensing Solutions Private Limited, Dr. Balakrishna, Global M Hyderabad, Guru M IOZ, Dr. Murali Dharan, C-DAC Bangalore will be the panelist in this session. I request the moderator, Shri Prashant Mishra ji, to take over the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Hello. So you guys very tired of sitting down all the day? Was it a very fruitful session on the morning? Yes? Are you seeing some compulsion? I really don't feel like sitting. I normally feel like walking all the time. So people have complaints against that also. So I'll try to walk a bit because I was feeling sleepy myself sitting in one corner. Yeah. That's okay. Means people have seen enough of me. No, I'm very happy to be coming back to C-DAC. I see a lot of old friends and familiar faces. Arvindji, I have worked very close in the past. I miss our interactions. I think we should get on to some new working groups, sir. And Dr. Pavindran, I think very old associate and friend of ours. I think with sir, we have worked very closely again in a lot of working groups in MIT and so on and so forth. And a lot of familiar faces I can see around. Of course, ma'am, we just worked with her 3 months back on a hackathon we are doing in IIIT on a Hack the Metaverse, I think. So again, a lot of familiar faces. I'm very happy to be back in C-DAC here. And in fact, I think all the perspectives have been covered, right? We have like, this is probably the 4th panel. So I am wondering what else is remaining to be discussed now, okay? So we have to make it fun, right? So in fact, just to introduce myself, I am Prashant. I work for TCS Research, okay? And I also hold a visiting faculty position at ISC Bangalore. I teach a course on OR. I used to be a guy who used to work on embedded systems IoT long back. And the last 5-6 years, I've got bored of it. I said, enough of IoT embedded systems, let me do something else. So I'm doing a lot of operational research these days, a lot of automation work, okay? I don't know if I've disappointed people, but I think my core love for IoT systems, embedded devices still remains. I really get excited when I see wires and all these funny colors going around, and I like the discussions going on because probably 2013, 14, when IoT was coming up, this entire term was coming up, not term, but rather the application of IoT in different domains was coming up, and we were talking all this while saying that the same discussion saying that how do I make IoT systems secure? And the term like security by design, I think that was everywhere. And here, plus 10 years, we are still standing at designing what is security by design. So it is very, so when I read the report, in fact, I had to read the report because the panel had to be on a roadmap for IoT security, right? So I had to read the report. And the first page actually captured this and security by design. I said, wow, wonderful. This is 10 years ago, we are talking about security by design, and we are still stuck on that same 3 words, security by design, okay? So this is how we'll run the panel. I think we'll not have a boring panel. We'll have a much more active panel. I think we have eminent panelists here. So what I'll do is that I will let the panelists introduce themselves and probably give an opening remark as to why haven't we moved a single word from security by design, that word, 3 words that we had 10 years ago, and the same 3 words yet remain here, and why is that industry is not taking it up? What is limiting or challenging the industries to take it up? what is government doing to excite industry to really start working on it, and how are we going to fund this entire exercise, security by design? I think we have discussed so many protocols, we have discussed so many ways of doing things. We understand that this is the right way, that's the wrong way, but debate enough. 10 years is a long time. But why are we still stuck at that? My point zero is something we should, as a panel, we should take it up. I think let's keep that as a theme of this panel. Of course, that's industry perspective, but let's get a bit more philosophical. I think we have had enough technical discussions. We understood what is smart, what are the different protocols. But the fundamental question, why are we still at ground zero? And what is the perspective? So maybe you could probably introduce yourself and then probably give your opening remarks on this particular point, right? I'll start from that. Sir, please introduce yourself. In fact, I'm meeting the panelists for the first time, so I'm trying to map faces and names, so sorry for that.
Yeah, good afternoon all. I'm Dr. Muralidharan, working in the network security domain here. So the questions are related to the IoT and industry perspective. So first we'll start with the basic part. Like in the security, the slogan is we are as strong as the weakest link. So whether it is an IoT security, network security, whatever area it is, that is the basic part. So especially coming to the IoT, the morning also discussion is up and on there. IoT generally it will be limited resources in there. So protecting those devices by considering the security aspects, generally it is afterthought. So we have a device and protecting that device is the first, is the second part, but first the functionality of that device, that is more important. So generally we will not worried about the security angle in the first, but from the security perspective, any vulnerability present in there, whether it is a small or high, it's as strong as the weakest link. So this is one important part, especially the weakest password or default password. Those aspects in the security of IoT is one of the major concerns.
Sir, again, coming to the panel's point, why have we not moved an inch from security by design, that slogan?
Okay. So one issue is related to this IoT, as we already discussed, because the constraint in the resource itself. So protecting that device or its security angle, that it's required more effort. So mainly as a implementer, our major focus is to provide the functionality first. Then only the security is coming. So that is a major issue while we are designing any system or developing any system. If you are providing more security, the functionality has to be reduced first. So that triangle phenomena, if you are considering usability, functionality, and security, so this cannot match in a single point. So we have to balance first. But if we are developing a solution, mainly the goal is going to the functionality part. So security or usability part, that is secondary. So that
I think the point, maybe I'll take the mic and move around. So maybe we'll converge as a panel, maybe come to the center, because I'm not sitting anyways. I'll make people move around a bit. Right? Hello, yeah. So again, the point sir is making is that, see, essentially we are dealing with a lot of things on a small platform. We cannot have everything on the same platform, and we need to provide the functionality first. So that's why we somehow say that, okay, security is a afterthought. So this entire slogan of security by design, well, it's a good slogan, but if you look at the requirements or the context, as Arvind said, maybe the security context, maybe in my priority list of 1, 2, 3, 4, that is probably at the lowest level at this point of time. But that's just a mental thought process, isn't it? Again, this is something I would like the other panels to take it up. Is it just a mental thought process, or something can be done around it? Because 10 years ago, we are dealing with platforms that were really constrained, 8 KB of RAM, this much KB of ROM. But now, and the cost was some X dollars. But now, in the same amount of money, we can get better end platforms. So what is that is constraining us at this point of time? So maybe we'll move on to you, maybe introduce yourself and maybe take up your perspective here.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Sheshadri from TVS Sensing Solutions. And we work on more automotive stuff. So we provide solutions for automotives. From my perspective, the first thing, why security by design is not there, I don't think it is not there. There are some elements of it. But why it is not there is there is no business drive. The customer demand is the first thing. And we are in a competitive market where we need to, if the customer requires it, if it is a constraint board or anything, any sort of constraints, we will achieve it. There is no drive from the customer, or there is no market for it. then we don't concentrate on it. That's the first thing from the business perspective. The second thing is that as far as security, there are different types of systems, what we are talking about, critical infrastructures and other things. There are many applications where cyber security is sort of being trusted, or I would say sought, not by the customer, but more by the industries, or more by the people who are making the silicon. So while they discuss, for example, cyber security is important for the silicon that we are manufacturing, they themselves don't have, or they are the first people to comply with, first of all. So their compliance standards and other things are a bit way off from the practical reality that we can realize on even on their hardware. I know many embedded platforms for automotives on which securing the embedded hardware by itself is very difficult. And these are the very companies involved in the panels or in the standards associations that make these sort of regulations. So that's a second part. First is there is no business drive. The second one is we are a bit far off, or there are systems we don't understand that require what amount of security is required. And third one is I would say a honest outlook on cyber security. What we want to secure, whether we want to secure everything, or what we want to really secure, and is it essentially required. Until it becomes an essential part, because of competitive pressure, I'm not going to include it in my business. Because it adds additional cost to my components.
Okay.
And the fourth part is, I don't know, for example, OEM of an automotive. I make a car, somebody buys an aftermarket entertainment system. I cannot guarantee that my car would be secure, because he's buying something from the market which is made by a Taiwan company or a Chinese company. And you expect the OEM to say that my component is cyber secure. I can give all those things to you, but customer decides what he wants to fit in his car. He has that freedom. I cannot absolve him of that. And that is the other reason why security by design is not in reality, or at least there are elements of it in smart grids, elements of it in bigger infrastructure, but for smaller components, it's always difficult to achieve it in a reasonable cost. That's what is my take.
So what sir is saying is, if I have to summarize, maybe the most important point is that, well, it is all good, but there is no real customer demand or ask for these things, right? And since there is no ask, I, as a manufacturer of vehicles or OEM vehicles or a manufacturer of sensors vehicles, I lay low on it, because if I have to put it this, the cost will go up, and that is something my customers already asked for, so why should I even bother about it? So that's the point probably sir is highlighting. But a counter question to you, sir, and let me be a bit philosophical. A couple of weeks ago, I was probably attending one panel wherein, again, it was this all Gen AI and camera networks and everything. And somebody told me that, see, we build these camera networks, okay, and as a self-regulation, as a company, we have a self-regulation. And self-regulation as follows, that I will capture videos or images, but I will not do facial detection. That is a self-regulation as a company I will follow, okay. You can take a data, do whatever on top of the data it is, but I as a company, I will self-regulate, saying that, yes, I will capture data, but I'll never do facial detection on that video stream that I'm capturing, right? So what I'm saying, again, another example. When we go to a temple, the laws are set, rules are set. You keep your slippers outside, then only enter the temple. So again, if you have to, of course, I'm being very philosophical about this business ask here, but the question I'm asking is that, if while we all appreciate that there's a general concern from a security point of view, but if we don't educate our customers about it, okay, if we don't, raise red flags saying that, well, you may go with this cheap solution at this point of time, but tomorrow if your system is compromised, you will be in a bigger loss than what you're not investing now. So is it not our prerogative to actually educate our customers and also convince them that, well, while this will cost you a dime more, a couple of dimes more, it is worth an investment. And yes, it might not give you returns immediately, but it's always good to have. For example, I think a couple of years ago, when I first took my credit card here, I took a credit card with insurance. So this guy calls me up saying that, sir, your credit card, you don't have any insurance, you need to have insurance. I said, I'm not taking insurance. And he gets very disappointed, saying that, sir, tomorrow anything happens, I am not going to be responsible for it. I said, I don't want to be responsible. I will not take insurance. Why should I pay 5,000 rupees more? But if I recall, 10 years ago, my mindset about these things, and given the advent of IoT and other digital technologies, I I don't take any digital technology without having a backup for that currently, right? So I become much more self-aware over time. And that has happened because over time I become much more aware. People are educating me about the risks and challenges of it, and I am regulating myself also. So what I'm saying is that it's a combination of multiple things. It's a combination of self-regulation, it's a combination of education and awareness, and secondly, yes, the cost is a part that plays in it, but if you look at a risk analysis for that, the amount of cost they're putting currently may get amortized over time if they really end up in a situation like that. Again, there is no clear yes or no to it, but again, your perspectives to it.
Educating the customer, regarding educating the customer, yeah, we agree. Like if the customer uptake is there, we are going to do it for sure. But are the customers educated? That's the first thing about the sensitivity of this data and other things. Second thing is that like we have our regular roles, and educating customers is not I won't say a priority, but it's not possible. It's not feasible or it's not practical. We can say that you are vulnerable and other things, but I make a sensor. It is going to integrated with a CAN network or some network that is being manufactured by a third party. I don't know what is the dongle or like what is the telematic device he's going to buy. I make a sensor, he's buying a telematic device, that should be secured. I cannot guarantee security. I can do a sensor design secure by design, but if he puts it on a vulnerable component, I'm not being held, I will be held responsible if I claim that I'm secure.
Okay.
So like that should be educated, but customer uptake for I would say the uptake is very less as of now. Sensitivity is very low. As you said, like now you are taking digital backups and other things. Similar thing has to come here. So like industries cannot invest on doing that education of customers and other things.
Okay.
We don't have that is not. I won't say it is a priority, but it is not feasible. Because we are here to sell products, and we have some self-regulations that we won't sell certain things, but it is not that like we can guarantee a customer who is buying from a Chinese OEM a telematics unit that I can guarantee my sensor won't be vulnerable.
Okay. So I think if I have to summarize what he's trying to mention here is that, see, what he's saying is that essentially, well, it is very difficult for a company to claim that I will give 360 security, okay? Because yes, I may start with some level of security, but as soon as he leaves around my perimeter of control, I cannot guarantee anything beyond that, right? And that is something that is a risk I'm not willing to take. So I better not get into that. Essentially, again, from a work point of view, also what he's mentioning is that, well, this is good to educate customers, but then is that out of the top 5 priorities, is that one of the priorities I should be engaging in, or I should be engaged in actually increasing the revenue of the company, selling more products? Is that my priority? I think that's a fine trade-off. I think as an organization you have to play, and that sometimes puts you on the back seat, right? So that's if I've summed up your response in some way. Okay, sir, maybe introduce yourself and maybe add to this debate a bit.
Yes. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Guru. I'm from Coimbatore. I'm a founder of a startup called Inventors of Zero. We are working on anti-ransomware for automobiles. And adding to this discussion, we also have a product which is anti-camera tampering detection and alert software we are running. And like Seshadri sir said, nobody asks for security anywhere. See, I deploy my add-on solution. It's an add-on solution. I deploy this solution mostly on a Chinese NVR or DVRs. So if I go and tell them that, sir, I have a specific security installed, so you don't need them, they'll ask at how much cost. So in India, it's a cost-sensitive society, right? So mostly everyone asks for cost first, feature next. So I can go and say like, I have a face recognition system, I have a object detection, I have tampering, if a camera power is cut and everything, okay, leave that, how much? So and then you also have another point of these. All these features are given by Chinese free of cost.
Okay.
So there is no security anywhere. Okay. So the perspective of what sir said, who's asking for that? Nobody's asking for that. And even if we try to educate, nobody's ready to listen to that, because all small and medium businesses, right, that I approach them, a jewelry shop, a retail shop, and all those, they are making a lot of money. but they don't care. I'm saying, sir, your data is being saved in a Chinese server. He's saying, so what? So this is how our country works. So actually, another critical point from an automobile point of view, yes, like sir said, there are a lot of factors that we can integrate security, and then we'll discuss it in the later point of time.
Okay, very
Thank
nice.
you. Thank you very much.
Over to you, sir. Maybe introduce yourself and maybe add to this conversation a bit.
This is Balakrishna. I am representing Global M Water Meters Company. So we are one of the startup. We manufacture the smart water meters in India. And adding to the discussion, I don't say there is nothing. We are a backlog in security by design. It's already there. At hardware level, we have new features been added like AES encryption and TLP. All these are added to the hardware, and even firmware level, we have security features enabled. Even microcontrollers are available with IEC standards for the safety and security. And even at software layers also we have security as well as safety also. But thing is, iPhone offers all these, but how many of us are using iPhones? Might be flexibility, comfortability, or cost, whatever may be the reason. 50% of the market or 40% of the market is using iPhone, and rest is to the Android, where we know it has a security flaw, and it keeps tracking your personal data also. And when cost versus feature versus security, people are more tilted on feature or cost, and flexibility. So this is my point in the discussion.
So I think if you hear the panel, what is emerging in summary is that yes, we can do everything, but there's a cost to it. There's a cost aspect to it. If you're willing to pay, we can build Apple for you. But who's going to buy Apple in India? Okay, so that more or less that summarizes the aspiration. The nitty-gritty details.
If I can add it, yes. One way we actually this is some internal thing that how we can sell cyber security in a market, embedded market or embedded ECU market. There are some discussions, and it was like some mandate saying that when you have certification at different levels for different products. So some certification has to be integrated into the product along with the functionality, saying that the product should be certified, say, on cyber security in some levels. That is the only way out. That business adoption will be there, so that the customer also can understand. Everybody claims, for example, he has a solution. He's a startup, he has a solution. I'm not sure how much secure it is. It is his claim. Who is certifying it? And cyber, it's not just network security. It is also algorithm security and other things.
Got it. So at this point, what we'll do is that we'll actually throw a bunch of challenges to you. We'll open it to the public here. Okay, I'll not ask questions. Maybe a lot of exciting people who are sitting here with a lot of questions and thoughts. Maybe people can probably post your questions to panel directly and let them take a quick round from here, right? So we'll move around. Anybody? Any raise hands? Yes.
This question of mandate that you brought up is like a very interesting one. So are there geographies where there are mandates saying that this has to be done? As of now, is anything effective?
Wherever you say certification, for example, is necessary AS 179, 180. And when you read the OE, when you read the vehicle or when you read anything, for example, manufacturing, automotive manufacturing, there are mandates, and people comply to such mandates. So, for example, audits. Is there a cyber security audit? It's there in some part of manufacturing for sure. So people comply to it. All industries comply to it, at least to a decent level. But in terms of outcomes, like if you sell something, is there a cyber audit for an automotive that you are driving, or your vehicle is rated for an cyber security, and is it being audited? Because it's a continuous process. I make an automobile, I sell it to you, done. But then you need to conduct the audit, because you are driving it, you are adding additional aftermarket components to it, you are servicing it, you are maintaining it. After the vehicle is out of my company, I'm not responsible for it, except for that what I fitted is cyber secure. So cyber audit of your vehicles or cyber audit of your components, who is going to do it? Are there agencies doing it? Or are you interested to do it as a customer?
Yeah, so the thing is, about 5-6 years ago, I was part of a team which was actually building a TCU product, right? And as part of the development, they spent about $50,000 to do a cyber security this thing, and it passed, right? But there's so many complications we do, right? For something like Android, which I actually work on, they are well-known protocols, but for these kind of things, there's nothing. So it doesn't look
So
like.
how about when you're talking about third-party firmware?
Yeah.
They are giving an OTA. Who is doing the audit of that OTA?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. Because it's like a compounding problem.
So just to tell you a very interesting story, I'll come to you, sir, now. So yesterday evening, I received a SMS from HDFC Bank saying that, no, you have to be compliant to RBI loan rates, okay? And normally I never read SMSs, okay? And somehow something funny happened. Maybe I was cooking some food and I felt like clicking that SMS, okay? And as I clicked the SMS, something triggered in the system, okay? And I got really scared. So I called my friend in the HDFC Bank saying that, boss, this is what I've done, blunder. How to recover from it? He said, why did you even bother to click? I said, it looks very interesting. The message was very interesting. And I was in some other funny mood, so I just clicked on it. So he said, let me assess the amount of damage, I'll get back to you. Finally, after 2 hours, said that damage is not done. Maybe you've just given permission. We can utilize it the way ever we want, right? But currently, no damage, but we can damage you going forward. Okay, so he was basically joking to me. So essentially, the question to all of us on the panel is that what if tomorrow all of our cars stop on that flyover? Nothing moves. Okay, somebody's hacked the entire car and we have a big traffic jam. What if what if there is no electricity in any of our houses? What if water doesn't flow to anything? So what will you do at that point of time?
I have a suggestion or a standard. Like since morning we were discussing about standards, right? Since I am working in an automotive space, I want to suggest something. Maybe we can take it forward. Considering a car as a system which has a lot of components inside, ECUs and gateways and everything, and then there is a cloud that is connecting, and there is a customer who has a mobile phone which is connecting, and it goes for an electric car, it goes to power, so that is data is connecting and transmitting. So maybe over a period of time we develop a standard, so in a user's mobile phone, in the car, in the cloud, in every place that car communicates, we can have a system, secured system, so that if anything happens, at least it can say that, hey, I'm compromised, don't listen to me anymore.
Okay.
That could be a roadmap.
Yeah, so Arvindji has come point. I'll come to you, sir. Yes.
I may surprise you by my observation. There are industries where there are billions of dollars based on smart contracts, I'm talking crypto, where there are auditors. And contracts have been audited twice and they are flaws. So let's be humble about what design, assurance, coding can achieve. Hackers are not stupid. They're pretty smart and they only have to succeed in a 1 lakh attempt. We have to defend in one. So it's an asymmetric warfare and there's a high chance they will succeed. So there has to be an offensive way of catching them and penalizing them. Without that, this problem is unmanageable. That is my first assurance. Second, coming to what you talked about, the second suggestion I made, and I've got laughed off in standards committees, do not over standardize. Monoculture means one swarm of bad disease will take over the whole farm. So there should always be diversity of. You should not have all EV cars. You should have petrol cars, EV cars, methane cars. You should not all drive on the same highway. The board of your company should not go in one plane. So this is a simple diversity. Never over standardize.
So essentially, it appears like Arvindji has moved to the other side. He's put a hacker's cap. Is thinking that way, saying that what can a hacker do, and I should basically think that way.
I am also Arvind from Dayanand Sagar College. And I agree to a good extent from what Mr. Guru said, but with a slight different take on that. For example, we see example of car where seat belt is there as a safety. For a scooter, helmet is there. But people put it on only when they see the traffic person. Right? So the point is correct that customer is not demanding. But at the same time, I think it is also on industry body to create that demand. And also, the seat belt and helmet is needed only because government has made a regulation. And that is why car companies are making seat belt mandatorily for their car seats. Otherwise, they would not have added this cost. So how this has come? Because industry and the influential people who are in the policy making and government representatives, etc., realize that this is necessary for the benefit of people at large in the society. So today morning we said the IoT standard and roadmap is coming only because the need has been felt by people in the industry that it must be there. So that's what my take, that while we agree that people are not asking for it, I think industry should still create this demand by creating a need for that felt by the policymaker, by the people in position of influence and in government.
I think that's a very interesting point. Again, I think this is some for us to think. So again, I think we all agree that if we don't have the essential element of security, we can get compromised anytime, okay? But the challenge is that if only one organization does it, it's basically a small drop in the large ocean. So I think as a ecosystem, we have to push together. If you have to get into that frame of mind, saying that just like you mentioned the seatbelt example, it was the ecosystem that pushed that, okay? Some regulations pushed it. So I think if you actually have to go big in this domain, it has to be a complete ecosystem push, right from the governance angle to the industry angle. And I think we have to create that demand. So that's a very interesting point, sir. I think I'll again throw it back to the panel, saying that yes. So Arvind is saying that why cannot industry create that demand? Industry creates demands for so many things. Why cannot we create demand for security? Why can't we scare people off every day, saying that you don't have security? Yeah, your take on it. Yeah.
One question back to you, sir.
Yes.
I think
you got me now.
I think it is 15 years. I think
Yeah.
industry started teaching about banking frauds, and still you clicked on your SMS.
Yes. Yesterday was a special day.
So it takes time, actually.
No, essentially, as sir said, it's just one attempt by the hacker. Essentially, I used to receive SMS every day, but I always used to purge it. Yesterday, for some funny reason, I was good mood. I said, let me try it out once.
It's a flaw in your
I will take that point of creating demand. I think fundamentally it's the wrong way of solving the problem. The essential issue is the hacker has asymmetric economic advantage. Unless that is removed, he will always succeed. If the United States Department of Defense gets hacked, if Microsoft source code gets hacked, you should know that blaming the user and asking for gold-plated security is not a good idea. The ultimate thing that we should do is offensive cybersecurity. Can you chase the hacker? Can you hack the hacker? Can you spin the hardware of a server and make it blow up? Unless you attack the hackers, this is not a solvable problem.
Okay. I think there are two interesting perspectives emerging. So I think Mr. Arvind here is saying that you need to create a demand for security, and Mr. Arvind here is saying that that's a different approach. We should take the approach of actually going behind that bad guy. Okay, so I think there are two different perspectives emerging. Okay, now again, up to the panel, which side would you take, or it's probably you have a third perspective on this?
So I would take on Arvind sir's.
Okay, so let's say Arvind sir 1, Arvind sir 2.
Arvind sir 2.
Okay.
So that's what I said, explained earlier also, iPhone. It's very, it is very secure, but it is very complicated. You cannot, just like that, you cannot upload into your photos, your data. It cannot be transported to any other platform easily. So that is one critical part. User feels discomfort, and that is gold-plated standard as the best example. And at the same time, Android, it doesn't follow any of guidelines. In the background, it runs all the scripts, and even it allows hacking also. Not by design, it's by the flaws or the patents already taken by the Apple. So there are certain things they cannot climb back because it's a war between them. And Samsung and Apple has fought in 2013 and 14. And fortunately, Samsung won. Otherwise, Android has gone into the history. So, and the second part is as a security, the person who is using the device should understand it, well understand it before he starts using it. Nowadays, in every corner of our house, we are getting the IoT devices. And most of the users doesn't know the consequences or the ways they can get hacked. Even your watch, smartwatch, your smartphone, your everything can get, I mean, in my experience, one of the power plant got hacked through a cabinet light. Cabinet light was supposed to be turned on through a IoT device, and because of that, lighting system, entire plant got hacked. So hacking can happen from anywhere, and how to protect your device you should know. And nowadays we are always saying yes, allow you to read your SMSs for each and every mobile application you are installed in, like Swiggy, Ola, everyone. And it is a dangerous condition because people should understand why you cannot type 6-digit number. It hardly takes a second or 2 seconds. So users should understand, and it is very tough in countries like India to educate people in rural, especially because urban itself has taken 15 years to make them understand about certain security elements, and rural, we know it is very tough. And most dangerous situation in India is all educated people are moving into the cities or two-tier cities, and rural villages are left with, I'm not saying illiterate, at least they are not educated to the level they can understand the security and safety of their devices.
Any other comments? Essentially, the perspective emerging is that, see, it's like a two-way street. I have a teacher, I have a student. As a teacher, I can be very serious, teaching all the subjects very thoroughly, but you as a student, if you're not interested to study, I cannot do much about it. So that's in short, that's what he's probably mentioning. Sir, Arvind sir, one has a perspective here.
Arvind sent something, and I am Arvind, not Arvind. So you can differentiate. I think one should not look at this or that solution is one thing. The regulations and guidelines coming from the government, I think it is a must as it comes out. The proof of that is that in IoT, government has been guided, coded into bringing this standard, and so it should be. But whether it is sufficient, whether a hacker can overtake that, yes, maybe. So we should also see that some of the standards address those points, like defensive security or going behind the hacker is the way out, also possibly can be done. But industry and academia coming together to standardize, bring out the standard is something that is necessary and should be done.
So I think we are in the last 5 minutes before we wrap up. So what I'll do is that I have only one comment. Yes.
See, with a lot of cybersecurity stuff happening in all sorts of countries, right? And with the standardization of products and exports and so on, actually there is an inevitability into cybersecurity happening. Okay, in the next 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, whatever you are looking at, it will inevitably happen because let's say you want to build a product and you want to sell it somewhere. You want to sell it in maximum geographies, right? Let's say you want to sell it in Europe. Now, cybersecurity regulations are already coming. So it's just inevitable. So, I mean, to what extent, let's see, but it's inevitable.
So I think two interesting points if I summarize. So your name, sir? Shri Kumar sir is saying that, see, eventually everything will become secure because if you want to be a global company and you are trading in different geographies, you have to somehow abide by the rules of the geography. So, and different geographies have different types of security regulations. So inevitably you have to start thinking that way. Okay, so that's one thought process he has put. And Arvind ji here has said that, see, essentially we cannot take a single approach. It has to be a multi-pronged approach. regulations are required, but of course there'll be guys who will try to work the way around. So we should also have the offensive measure also going behind them. So if you look at the summary of the, in some way, what the panel is saying and what the our audience here is saying is that I think we all agree that security is required. It is a very serious threat, and the approach cannot be a single approach. We cannot have approach 1 and not approach 2. If there are probably 2-3 approaches of tackling the problem, you need to implement all of them, and appropriately, and that is what we would call an ecosystem, right? We are not trying to have solution 1 or solution 2 or solution 3, but we are somehow trying to bring all the 3 solutions, but use that in a very intelligent manner, and that will give us a much more holistic way of solving the problem. But yeah, I think again, I think a very interesting perspective that emerged from you saying that, see, yes, at this point we believe that no, maybe it is very difficult to make an average Indian understand the importance of security. But if you are a global company and you're operating global markets, you have to abide by regulations across the world, and in that way, eventually start building security, right? So it is something you cannot escape over time, right? So what I'll do is that we have just probably 2-3 minutes more, a quick round across all the 4 panelists, and probably one closing statement from each of you, and we'll close the panel.
Sir, it's already discussed some of the point that the complete ecosystem has to be there, but offensive and defensive both is required. Don't focus on only on single aspects. But there are some practical issues related to that. For example, if you are moving ahead the hacker, the number of that skill set is especially very less, because more hackers are there, less defenders are there. This is one thing. But if we are going for it in the academic side, for example, we are teaching the students at least 4 languages in their curriculum. But we are not teaching any programming, secure programming, how to write it. It's an elective topic. It's not a major focus. So if we want to consider the entire ecosystem, process, procedure, design, development, entire thing, then only security can withstand. Otherwise, as I mentioned, we are as strong as the weakest link.
Got it. Okay.
If it's a shared experience that I'm saying here, because when I was talking to one of my contacts on cybersecurity, then he said it is like a war. Like there are only 3 solutions possible. Either you surrender, you maintain a status quo, or you nuke them. So what Arvind sir suggested was the third one, nuke them.
Big problem.
Yeah, big problem. Nuke them. And maintaining status quo or surrender is the other 2 options that are available with us. So the person who I was interacting with said that I also consider that is right. Nuke them. And the time to nuke them is not propitious, at least now. But when the market demands it, the industries will surely nuke them for sure.
Okay, fine.
Like Arvind sir said, 2010 Stuxnet happened in Iran, and then America got back in the name of SolarWinds. So always hunters are hunted. So probably a sword and shield is necessary. At least a small shield and a bigger sword is necessary to tackle all the cyber attacks. Because there was another one in 2009 called Shadows in the Cloud, where Chinese are hacking Taiwanese embassies in all over the world, and they were planting some malware to collect data about what they're doing and everything. So these things happen always. So we have to be prepared to defend as well, and then probably we have cyber warriors to go and hack people.
Got it. Okay, very nice.
Thank you.
Sir.
Yep. Security is not at one point. It has to be started from manufacturer, distributors, then users, and even maintenance engineers should follow the guidelines. These are the 4 stages of industry, and every segment of industry has to start admitting it and using it. And second point is customers. Customers also has to understand their part of security, and they should not turn off the securities. Even it is been enabled in the device, some of the cases will turn it off, and we'll try to. So let us take a simple example. If our team member or somebody in our organization has sent an APK, and to install it, you have to suddenly you have to turn it off your security in Android. So that is also a violation kind of thing. And when he's trying to do that, he should be aware of other consequences also. That is another part. And Finally, laws and standards. They should not get printed in a book and guarded in a shelf. And it should be regulated and monitored and maintained well. In India, we have BAS, but unfortunately, certain standards are outdated. Even some of them were in 1990s, they have updated, and they have 3 to 4 versions in other countries, but still we are not adapting them. Likewise, we might create standards for security also, but what is the regulating authority? And who is going to update it day to day? That is very important, and monitoring is important. And data is important for the companies to produce new products, or to create new products, or to develop new systems. And for that data, they certainly try to get information from countries like India, because they have more population, 130 crore people, and they get as much as that data they wanted. That is the reason there, and we are not suing anybody for violating the guidelines or standards. That is another part they are taking as advantage, and they're trying to get the information. And even today, US is listening to us, or any other countries is listening to us, just because we have a good human resources. And that's where they're getting the data, and that's where they wanted to attack us on security-wise, especially cyber security.
I think this was a very interesting panel. We'll close this panel. I'm sure you have a lot of interesting questions, but just to summarize what we said, for me, 2 key takeaways. First takeaway is that, yes, we all agree security is very critical, and it is not only, it's a shared responsibility. It's the responsibility of the people who actually design secure systems, or systems for that matter, and it's the responsibility of the people who will actually use that. So it's a shared responsibility of the guy who creates a demand for it and the guy who will consume that, okay? It cannot be just one-off. So that is point number 1. Second point is that from an industry perspective, it's not like industry is not warm to this entire fact, but question that always comes back is that who is going to pay for it, okay? And that is what holds back a lot of the work, the security work that we would really like to roll out in the real world systems. Saying so, I think one of the perspectives that really emerges is that, well, while we are currently questioning the tits and bits, saying that yes, who will pay for it, but the way the world is working these days, where different geographies have different regulations, we eventually have to pay that from our own pocket and get the systems up over there, because otherwise we'll not be, we cannot operate in a global market, right? So I think very interesting perspectives that emerged. I would like all of you to probably take these 2-3 key takeaway points, and I think we have a wonderful set of panels. Please interact with them, post this. And of course we have the 2 Arvinds here who have lovely perspectives. Do interact with them, and thank you for patient listening. So we'll close this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Shri Pranjal Johri to hand over the memento to Dr. Prashant Mishra. I request Dr. Prashant Mishra to hand over the mementos to the other panelists, to Dr. Sheshadri Srinivasan. Dr. Balakrishna.
The next time I think we should be more cautious on taking on names. Okay.
Mr. Guru.
Thank you for participating in this wonderful. Thank you.
Dr. Muralidharan. Thank you very much for a very engaging session, sir. Now is the most awaited session waits for you. The tea and snacks waits for you. So I request Mr. Krishna to come and give the concluding remarks of the session.
So before giving the concluding remarks, I would like to thank the mighty team who are here, and for organizing this particular event at such a short notice. So we would like to hand over a small memento to them. I would request Dr. Muralidharan to please do the honors. I would request Shri Panjal Johri to please come on to the dais and accept the memento, please. Now I would request Manoj Agarwal, Scientist D, to please come on to the dais and accept the memento. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Murli. The conclusion, we had a wonderful session today, a wonderful day with a lot of discussions. We had 3 panel discussions. Actually, the event started with unveiling of the IoT Security Roadmap for the nation. So as you all know that we had this roadmap draft that was prepared, again with a lot of consultation with industry, with academia, and with various stakeholders. The initial draft got released today. So we will be giving it for further consultation. And we have noted down the important points, the key takeaways from today's discussions. So that will be incorporated as part of the roadmap document. And I would like to just highlight a few things for your understanding. Actually, this particular document called as the IoT Security Roadmap for the entire nation, we have been working on this for the past a few months, and certain technological areas were identified. And against each of these technological domains or the verticals, we have actually identified the areas, the R&D areas where there is a need for innovation, there's a need for focused attention, and therefore MIT is going to come out with this roadmap. So we had something called as IoT Security Technology Domain, in which currently the proposals that are under consideration are IoT sandboxing. Today we had good discussions on the puffs and the muds, which again forms the basis of your IoT security. So we have another project which is going to come up on IoT device lifecycle management. So then we had the next technology domain on IoT network security. So there is a project and an R&D focus on something called as IoT network security orchestration. So we had a good amount of discussion today in one of the panels related with IoT security, IoT network security especially. Then the third one is on the AI-based IoT security. The fourth one, which is currently the work that is going on, is on the PQC related algorithms. And now we are going to see how they can be adopted for the IoT. So it will be an quantum enabled IoT security. The fifth one is actually currently the thing that we have worked for the last 2 years. That's on the lightweight cryptography. Today we had mentioned a few protocols like ASCON, which has been shortlisted as one of the prominent or the candidate for the lightweight cryptographic algorithm implementation. ASCON is something which we have tested and implemented in our labs. So there is another protocol called as SPEC. So that is also being tested and implemented over here. So that is another key area where we would like to focus upon. The sixth and the important area is semiconductors for IoT security, wherein, as you are aware, C-DAC has made significant progress towards indigenous development of microprocessors in the country based upon the RISC-V ISA. Government of India has a mission on digital RISC-V architecture. So that will be there. So certain chips and systems indigenously shall be designed and developed for IoT security ecosystem. Then another very important area where we would like to focus on is related with standards and guidelines. Currently, we don't have a standard that has been regulated. Okay, We don't have a standard in place that makes mandatory for the manufacturers to adopt, to comply, and to, the entire ecosystem, of course, it has to come out. As panel members mentioned, it should be commercially viable and so on. So we are working towards establishing something called as, the IoT security related standards and guidelines for the nation. And the last but not the least will be related with IoT security. So today, the roadmap that was unveiled covered all these technology domains and also had laid out what are the technology focus areas where research and development efforts shall be put forward over the period of, next 20-30 years. So overall, these are the conclusions of today's today's meeting, and we will be reviewing the draft, and we will be working on the roadmap document. Thank you very much for taking out your time attending this very important event. This is the first initiation, a first interaction. Stakeholders meet, and we will be having several such as we go forward. As the document also matures and progresses, we will have constant consultations and meetings with regard to IoT security. So with this, I would like to conclude, and I would like to request Mr. Pranjal Johri to come and deliver the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I take the privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on this important occasion of unveiling of IoT Security Roadmap and also the launch of IoT Security Handbook that was done. So firstly, I would like to thank Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar, AS Mighty, for gracing the event with his presence and in spite of his busy schedule and delivering a insightful keynote speech. Then I would like to thank Ms. Tulika Pandey, Group Coordinator and Scientist G, Cybersecurity R&D Group Mighty, for setting up the theme of the conference and highlighting the importance of IoT security. Then I would like to thank Dr. E. Magesh, DG C-DAC, for gracing the event with his presence and for his guidance and support. I would like to thank all the stakeholders, participants who are present over here for active participations along with the panelists and audience, and for giving valuable inputs which would be enable us to enhance the document and make this IT security roadmap better. I would like to thank all the moderators who steered the sessions and some very nice fruitful discussion we had on the agenda points, and it was very helpful for us to capture the inputs of the stakeholders. At last but not the least, I would like to thank Dr. Sudarshan and Dr. Lakshmi Ishwari ma'am and entire C-DAC team for organizing this event in a wonderful way. I will reiterate the vision of AS Mighty that he presented in the morning, that research should be always an end objective to serve the country and affect the people. So with that word, I would further like to say that for this IoT roadmap, we'll be taking inputs from all the participants and the stakeholders, and you can mail your suggestions to the email ID iot_security@cdac.in, and a formal mail will be sent to them along with the roadmap for their comments. And in the same line, we'll be conducting 3 more conferences in other regions, like with South we are done, now we'll go to West, East and North, and the final will be done in Delhi, in which we'll consolidate all the comments and we'll present the final roadmap for IoT security. So I thank you all for your participation and giving your time here. Thank you.
On behalf of C-DAC, I wholeheartedly thank everyone for joining us today. And we have a dinner at 7 p.m. So we hope to see you all there at 7 p.m. in the same lawn. So we are concluding all the technical sessions now. Thank you so much for joining. Have a nice day.